Tab 1. The smell of old pine needles and damp earth is supposed to be the smell of home for a man in my profession. I've spent 12 years as a senior ranger in the Blackwood Basin, a stretch of wilderness so dense and unforgiving that the maps we give to tourists are more like polite suggestions than actual guides. You learn to trust your senses out here. You trust the way the wind shifts before a storm, the way the birds go dead silent when a predator is on the move, and above all, you trust the ground. The ground doesn't lie. It was a Tuesday around 4:15 p.m. The sun was dipping, casting those long, skeletal shadows that make the trees look like they're reaching for you. I was finishing a routine perimeter check on the North Rim, a section of the park that's been closed to the public since the washouts in '98. It's rugged, lonely territory, just the way I like it. My boots, a pair of custom-fitted, steel-toed Hakes with a very specific, notched wear pattern on the left heel, crunched rhythmically against the shale. That's when I saw them. I stopped dead, about 10 yards ahead, crossing the muddy neck of a deer trail was a set of footprints. Now seeing tracks in a national park isn't strange, but these weren't hiking boots from a weekend warrior at REI. I knelt down, my knees popping in the silence, and felt a cold prickle start at the base of my spine. The tread was deep, crisp, and fresh, too fresh. The mud hadn't even begun to settle back into the grooves. I looked at the left heel. There it was, a jagged V-shaped notch where I'd stepped on a sharp piece of rebar during a rescue operation 3 months ago. I looked down at my own feet, then back at the mud. They were identical. Not just the brand, not just the size, the wear, the weight distribution, the specific way the toe dragged slightly. They were my prints. The problem was I hadn't walked this trail yet. I was heading north. These prints were already heading north, perfectly spaced, appearing out of nowhere on the path ahead of me. "Hello," I called out. My voice felt small, swallowed up by the heavy canopy. No response, not even an echo. The woods had gone unnaturally still. No squirrels chattering, no rustle of leaves, just the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. I pulled my radio from my belt. The plastic felt strangely cold, almost vibrating. "Dispatch, this is Miller. Come in." Static, not the normal, white noise hiss of a weak signal, but a rhythmic, pulsing sound. Thump hiss, thump hiss. It sounded like a heartbeat played through a broken speaker. "Dispatch, do you copy? I have a possible 1054 on the North Rim. Unauthorized person on the trail." The static cleared for a fraction of a second. A voice came through. It was distorted, layered with a metallic hum, but the cadence was unmistakable. It was me. "Miller, don't look at the ledge," the voice said. My voice, but the tone was wrong. It was flat, devoid of the panic I was currently feeling. It sounded like a recording being played back at the wrong speed. I clipped the radio back to my belt, my hands shaking. My mind tried to do what it always does, find the logical path. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe another ranger had the same boots and a similar gait, but I knew that was a lie. These weren't just similar. They were a carbon copy. I decided to follow them. It was a mistake, the kind of mistake you only realize you've made when the trap is already closing, but at the time the need to know outweighed the instinct to run. I tracked the prints for half a mile. They didn't deviate. They didn't stumble. They moved with a terrifying mechanical precision through the thickest brush, heading straight for the Widow's Peak, a sheer limestone cliff that drops 400 feet into a rocky gorge. As I climbed higher, the air grew thin and smelled of something chemical, like ozone and rotting meat. It was a scent that didn't belong in the woods. It felt glitched, like a smell that was being forced into an environment it couldn't sustain. I reached the clearing at the top of the peak. The footprints led right to the very edge. They stopped exactly 2 inches from the drop. There was no one there, no body at the bottom of the gorge, no one hiding in the scrub oaks. Just the wind, which had picked up into a low, mournful howl. I walked toward the edge, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I looked down into the mud where the final tracks sat. They were still damp. And then I saw something that made my stomach turn over. Beside the final footprint, there was a small object. It was a silver St. Christopher medal on a snapped chain. I reached into my collar and felt the empty space where my own medal should have been. I'd been wearing it for 20 years. I hadn't felt it break. I hadn't felt it fall. I picked it up. It was warm, not sitting in the sun warm, but pressed against skin warm. And then the sound started. It wasn't coming from the woods, it was coming from below me, from inside the cliff itself. A slow, heavy thud, 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 thud. Someone was walking, not on the ground, but under it. The vibrations traveled up through the soles of my boots, matching the rhythm of my own pulse. I backed away from the ledge, my eyes fixed on those impossible prints. That's when I noticed the mud inside the tracks was beginning to bubble. It wasn't boiling, it was shifting, rearranging itself. The ridges of the tread were smoothing out, turning into something else. In a matter of seconds, the boot prints were gone. In their place were barefoot prints, long, narrow, with too many toes. The radio on my hip chirped again. Miller, this is dispatch. We're reading your GPS at the North Rim. Why are you stationary? You've been standing on the edge of the peak for 20 minutes. I just got here, Sarah, I whispered, my eyes locked on the six-toed prints. What are you talking about? Her voice crackled back. You checked in from the peak at 4:30. You said the view was exactly how you remembered it. Miller, you sounded fine 10 minutes ago. Is everything okay? I looked at my watch. It was 4:40 p.m. I hadn't checked in. I hadn't reached the peak until 30 seconds ago. Sarah, I didn't call you, I said, my voice cracking. Who did you talk to? There was a long pause. The static on the line began to change, morphing back into that rhythmic thump hiss. I talked to you, Miller, she said, but her voice was different now. It was losing its human quality, becoming a flat, synthesized imitation. And you told me to tell you, look behind you. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in a heartbeat. I could see my breath blooming in a white cloud in front of me. Behind me, I heard the distinct, unmistakable sound of a boot, a heavy, steel-toed Hakes boot, crunching on the shale. Step, step, step. It was the sound of someone walking exactly the way I walk. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Every instinct I had, every year of survival training, was screaming at me that if I saw what was making that sound, the loop would close. I would no longer be the one standing on the trail. I bolted. I didn't head back down the path. I dove into the thickest part of the brush, tearing my uniform, branches whipping across my face. I ran until my lungs burned like they were filled with acid, and then I ran some more. I didn't stop until I hit the main access road and saw the headlights of a patrol truck. It was my partner, Dave. He looked confused as I collapsed against the hood, gasping for air. Whoa, Miller, what the hell happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost. I couldn't speak. I just pointed back toward the North Rim. Get in, Dave said, opening the door. You're lucky I saw your signal. Why'd you leave your gear up there? I looked at him, frowning. My gear. I have my gears. Dave pointed to the back of the truck. Laying in the bed was a standard issue Ranger backpack, a radio, and a pair of boots. My boots. They were covered in the gray, silty mud of the North Rim. I found these at the trailhead 5 minutes ago, Dave said, his voice dropping to a low, uneasy murmur. I thought you were stripping down for a swim or something, but Miller, the boots, they weren't empty. I felt the world tilt. What do you mean, they weren't empty? Dave looked at me, his face pale in the dashboard light. There were feet in them, just feet, severed at the ankle, clean cuts, no blood, and they had your tattoos, man. The little anchor on the right heel, it was right there. I looked down at my own legs. I could feel my feet. I could wiggle my toes. But as I watched, a dark, wet stain began to seep through the fabric of my trousers, right at the ankles. No pain, just a sudden, overwhelming coldness. I looked in the side mirror. The woods were dark now, a wall of black ink against the twilight sky. And there, standing just at the edge of the tree line, was a figure. It was wearing my uniform. It was holding my hat. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, pale surface where features should be, but it was looking at me. It raised a hand and waved, a slow, mocking gesture. On its wrist was my watch. I knew, without looking, that it was ticking perfectly in sync with my heart. I haven't been back to the North Rim since. I quit the service the next morning. They told me I was having a breakdown, that the isolation had finally gotten to me. Maybe they're right, but sometimes when I'm lying in bed in my apartment in the city, far away from the trees, I hear it. Step, step, step. In the hallway, just outside my door, the sound of a heavy, notched boot. It's waiting for the tomorrow it already knows. It's waiting for me to catch up to the version of myself that never left that cliff. If you ever find yourself in the deep woods and you see a trail that looks familiar, if you see a footprint that matches your own, don't follow it. Don't curiosity yourself into a grave. Turn around. Run, because the forest doesn't just take your life. Sometimes it takes your place. Have you ever seen something in the wild that felt like a glitch? A sound that shouldn't be there, or a sight that felt like a repeat? Tell me in the comments. I need to know I'm not the only one being followed by my own tomorrow. And subscribe if you want to stay on the right side of the trail. You never know who's walking behind you. I didn't sleep that first night after the North Rim. I sat in my kitchen with a glass of lukewarm bourbon and a 12-gauge shotgun resting across my knees, watching the linoleum floor as if it might start sprouting footprints. The wet stains on my trousers had dried into stiff, saw-trimmed circles, but when I finally gathered the courage to peel back my socks, my ankles were intact. There were no scars, no stitches, no clean cuts. Just the pale, hairy skin of a man who had spent too many years in heavy boots. But the tattoo, the small, faded anchor I'd gotten in Subic Bay when I was 19, felt like it was burning. It didn't hurt exactly, it just hummed. It was a phantom vibration, a localized frequency that made the hair on my arms stand up. I quit the service via a typed letter dropped in the overnight box at the station. I didn't wait for the exit interview. I didn't wait for my final paycheck. I packed a single duffel bag, threw it into my old Ford, and drove 300 miles east until the trees started to thin out and the horizon opened up into the flat, indifferent sprawl of the suburbs. I found an apartment on the 4th floor of a concrete complex that smelled of industrial cleaner and other people's cooking. No pine, no damp earth, just the sterile hum of a city that didn't care who I was. For 3 weeks I thought I'd made it. I took a job as a night security guard for a warehouse that stored high-end textiles. It was mindless work. I walked the perimeter, punched the clock at the designated stations, and stared at the monitors. The flickering blue light of the CCTV cameras became my new forest canopy. It was safe. It was predictable. Then came the Tuesday. It was 4:15 p.m. I was sitting in my kitchenette, eating a bowl of cereal when I looked at the digital clock on the microwave. The numbers didn't blink. They stayed solid, but the air in the room suddenly curdled. That chemical smell, the ozone in the rot, wafted out of the central heating vent. It was so thick I could taste it on the back of my tongue, metallic and sour. I looked down at my cereal. The milk was bubbling, not with heat, but with that same slow, rhythmic shifting I'd seen in the mud on the north rim. The flakes of corn were being rearranged, pushed around by invisible currents until they formed a shape. It was a map, a topographical map of the North Rim, rendered in soggy grain and semi-skimmed milk. And right there, at the spot marked Widow's Peak, a single red droplet of blood fell from my nose and landed on the X. I pushed the bowl away, my chair screeching against the tile. The sound echoed far longer than it should have. It bounced off the walls, transforming from a screech into a human voice, my voice whispering, "Miller, don't look at the ledge." I grabbed my jacket and bolted for the door. I needed air. I needed the noise of the street. I scrambled down the 4 flights of stairs, my heart hammering that same thump-hiss rhythm. I burst out into the late afternoon sun, the shadows of the buildings stretching out like skeletal fingers. I started walking. I didn't have a destination. I just needed to move. I kept my head down, staring at the sidewalk, counting the cracks. 1, 2, 3, 4. I stopped. There on the gray concrete of the city sidewalk was a wet footprint. It was a heavy, lugged tread, a Hake's boot, and there on the left heel was the V-shaped notch. The print was steaming. In the middle of a 60-degree afternoon, the moisture on the concrete was evaporating into a thin, wispy mist. I looked ahead. There was another one, and another. They were spaced exactly 32 inches apart, my stride. They led straight toward the mouth of a dark alleyway between a laundromat and a closed-down deli. "Not here," I whispered, my hands beginning to shake. "You can't be here. There's no mud here." But the ground doesn't lie, even if the ground is concrete. I should have turned around. I should have run back to the apartment and locked the door. But I felt a tether, a physical pull in my gut that was reeling me in. It was like I was a character in a movie watching myself from the audience, unable to scream at the screen. I followed the prints into the alley. The light changed the moment I stepped into the shadows. The city sounds, the sirens, the honking, the distant roar of the freeway didn't just fade, they vanished. It was that same dead silence of the Blackwood Basin. The air grew cold. My breath began to bloom in white clouds. The prints led to a brick wall at the end of the cul-de-sac. They didn't stop. They walked right up the vertical surface of the bricks, defying gravity, heading toward the roof. I looked up, squinting against the glare of the setting sun. He was standing there. He was wearing the ranger uniform, the one I'd left in the back of Dave's truck. The fabric was torn, stained with that gray, silty mud. It was looking down at me. The face was still a blank, featureless expanse of pale, skin-like membrane, but I could feel the weight of a gaze. It was a heavy, predatory stare that made my skin crawl. It reached into its pocket and pulled something out. It held it out over the edge of the roof, dangling it between 2 fingers. It was my silver cent Christopher medal, the one I was currently wearing around my neck. I reached up, my fingers fumbling at my collar. The chain was there. The medal was there. I pulled it out to look at it, and as I did, the figure on the roof dropped his. I watched it fall. It didn't tumble or spin. It fell in a perfectly straight line, cutting through the air with a low, humming sound. It hit the pavement at my feet with a dull thud. I knelt down to pick it up. As my fingers closed around the warm metal, I felt a sharp, searing pain in my chest. I gasped, clutching at my shirt. When I looked back up at the roof, the figure was gone, but the radio on my belt, the one I'd turned into the department 3 weeks ago, the one that shouldn't have been there, chirped to life. Miller, this is dispatch. We're getting a weird reading on your vitals. Your heart rate just spiked to 160. Are you still at the peak? It was Sarah's voice, the real Sarah, the one from the station. Sarah, I croaked, looking at the brick wall, then back at the mouth of the alley. The city was still gone. The laundromat was gone. The deli was gone. In their place were towering white pines and the smell of damp earth. I wasn't in the city. I had never been in the city. I was standing on the edge of Widow's Peak. The sun was dipping, casting those long, skeletal shadows. My Ford wasn't 300 miles away. It was parked at the trailhead 3 miles down the ridge. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in gray mud. I looked at my feet. I was wearing my Hakes boots. They were perfectly intact. No blood, no severed ankles. Miller, copy. Sarah's voice crackled. Dave is heading your way with the truck. He says he saw your signal. You okay up there? You've been silent for 20 minutes. I'm fine, Sarah, I said, my voice sounding like it belonged to someone else, just catching my breath. Copy that, get down safe. Out. I stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where the barefoot prints with the 6 toes had been. They were gone. The mud was smooth, undisturbed. The St. Christopher medal in my hand was cold now. I looked at it closely. On the back, where I'd had my blood type and my mother's phone number engraved, there was a new line of text. The metal looked like it had been etched by a laser, the letters fine and sharp. ITS not a glitch. ITS a preview. I heard the sound of a truck engine in the distance. Dave. He was coming to pick me up. He was coming to find the gear in the back of his truck. He was coming to tell me about the feet in the boots. Everything that had happened in the last 3 weeks, the apartment, the city, the warehouse, the alley, it hadn't happened yet. Or it had happened in a pocket of time that was currently folding back over itself. I was trapped in a temporal bruise, a place where the past and the future were hemorrhaging into the present. I looked at the ledge. If I jumped, would the loop break? Or would I just find myself standing back on the trail at 4:15 p.m., watching my own footprints appear in the mud? Step, step, step. The sound was behind me again. I didn't bolt this time. I couldn't. My legs felt like they were rooted into the limestone. I slowly, agonizingly turned my head. It was me. Not the faceless thing. It was me. Every detail was perfect. The stubble on my chin, the way my left eyebrow sat slightly higher than my right, the sweat stains under the arms of my tan shirt. The other Miller was standing 10 feet away, holding a radio. He looked at me with an expression of profound, soul-deep exhaustion. Don't go to the city, he said. His voice wasn't distorted. It was my voice, clear and resonant. The city is where it catches you. The woods are just the waiting room. What are you? I whispered. I'm the 4:45 check-in, he said. He looked at his watch, my watch. And you're the 4:15. We have exactly 3 minutes before the truck rounds the bend. If you're still here when Dave sees us both, the paradox stabilizes. And trust me, Miller, you don't want to be the one who stays. Where do I go? He pointed toward the gorge. down, not the fall. The cave behind the falls. You have to go where the ground doesn't have a name. I'll die, I said. You're already dead, he replied, and for the first time he smiled. It was a terrifying sight, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, because his eyes were beginning to melt, the pupils widening until they swallowed the irises whole. You died on the North Rim in '98 during the washouts. Everything since then has just been the forest trying to remember how to be you. The ground beneath my feet began to vibrate. That heavy, subterranean thud was back, stronger now, shaking the very foundation of the cliff. Go, the other miller said, his face beginning to blur, the features smoothing out into that pale, blank membrane, before you remember what you really look like. I looked at the drop, 400 feet of jagged limestone and white water. Then I looked at the thing that was wearing my face. It was reaching out for me, its fingers lengthening, growing extra joints, the skin turning the color of wet ash. I didn't think, I didn't pray, I just stepped back. The sensation of falling wasn't what I expected. There was no stomach-churning drop, no rush of wind. There was only a sudden, overwhelming sense of belonging. The air didn't whistle past me, it flowed into me. I hit the water, but I didn't sink. I drifted. The current of the gorge didn't pull at my limbs, it guided them. I found myself washed up on a narrow strip of black sand behind the veil of the waterfall. It was dark, save for a faint, bioluminescent glow emanating from the cave walls. The smell of ozone was gone, replaced by something ancient and cool. I stood up, my wet boots squelching. I looked back at the waterfall. Through the shimmering curtain of water, I could see the top of the peak. The truck had arrived. I saw Dave get out. I saw him walk toward the figure standing on the edge. I saw them talk. I saw Dave laugh and clap the figure on the shoulder. And then I saw the figure turn and look directly down into the gorge. Even from this distance, through the roar of the falls, I could see its face. It wasn't blank anymore. It was me. It was the perfect Miller. It was the version of me that would go back to the station, marry the girl I'd been avoiding, and live a long, unremarkable life. It waved at me, a slow, mocking gesture. I turned away from the light and walked deeper into the cave. The ground here was soft, like velvet. I looked down at my feet. I wasn't wearing boots anymore. My feet were long and narrow. They were pale, the color of a blind fish, and as I stepped forward, I counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 toes. I didn't feel horror. I felt a strange, cold relief. The forest hadn't taken my place. It had just returned me to the earth. I kept walking. I had to find the source of the heartbeat. I had to find where the tomorrow was being manufactured. Behind me, the sound of my own footsteps echoed against the damp stone. Step, step, step. But there was another sound, too. A second set of prints following mine, heavy, notched, the sound of a man in boots trying to find his way home. I smiled, though I no longer had a mouth to do it with. The cycle was beginning again, and this time I wasn't the one being followed. I was the one leading the way. If you're reading this, it means the signal finally reached the surface. It means the glitch you saw in the woods wasn't a mistake. It was an invitation. Don't be afraid of the tracks. Don't be afraid of the voice on the radio. Just remember one thing, the ground doesn't lie. But sometimes it tells a story you aren't ready to hear. I'm still down here in the dark, watching the footprints match the tomorrow, and I'm waiting for you. We're all waiting for you. After all, the forest always needs a new set of memories. Are you ready to give it yours? The cave didn't just go deep, it went sideways in a way that defied the geometry of the mountain. The walls were slick with a substance that looked like quartz but felt like muscle, a translucent membrane that pulsed with a low, rhythmic thrum. It was the heartbeat of the plateau, the tectonic engine of the North Rim. I walked until the sound of the waterfall was a ghostly hiss, a memory of a world that had air and gravity. Here the atmosphere was thick and sweet, like rotting peaches and ozone. I looked at my hands, they were changing. The skin was becoming translucent, revealing a network of veins that didn't carry red blood but a shimmering silver mercury. My fingers were elongating, the joints multiplying. I should have been screaming, clawing at my own flesh, but the panic had been replaced by a profound, icy clarity. I was being unmade. I was being recycled into the raw data of the forest. The second set of footsteps, the heavy, lugged thud of the Hake's boots, was closer now. I could hear the labored breathing of the man who wore them. It was a wet, ragged sound, the sound of a human being pushed to the brink of exhaustion. I stopped and pressed myself against the pulsating wall, my new, multi-jointed fingers sinking slightly into the soft stone. He rounded the corner of the tunnel. It was Miller, not the perfect Miller who had stayed on the cliff with Dave, and not the faceless thing from the forest edge. This was a Miller from a different tomorrow. He looked like he'd been living in the caves for years. His uniform was rags, his skin was gaunt and gray, and his eyes were wide with a frantic, animal terror. He was clutching a flashlight that was dimming, the yellow beam flickering against the dark. He didn't see me at first. He was staring at the ground, at the tracks I had left, my six-toed, elongated prints. No, he whimpered, the sound echoing off the quartz walls. No, 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 I'm catching up. I'm almost there. He stumbled, his boot catching on a protrusion of the floor. He fell hard, the flashlight skittering away across the slick surface. In the fading light, he looked up and saw me. He didn't scream. He just let out a long, shuddering breath, as if all the air in his lungs had turned to lead. You, he whispered, you're the one from the waterfall. I tried to speak, but my throat had fused into a smooth, whistling pipe. I didn't have words anymore, only frequencies. I hummed a low, mournful tone that vibrated in his chest. I wanted to tell him to stop. I wanted to tell him that there was no out, only into. I saw you jump, the ragged Miller said, crawling toward his flashlight. I watched you hit the water from the ledge. I thought if I followed you down, I could find the way back to the city. I thought the cave was the shortcut. He grabbed the flashlight and shined it directly into my face, or where my face used to be. I saw my reflection in the polished lens of his light. I was becoming the blank-faced thing. My features were melting into a smooth, pale mask. My eyes were twin pits of obsidian, reflecting 1,000 different versions of the North Rim. I saw the forest in autumn, the forest in winter, the forest before the first human ever set foot on the continent. I saw the fire that would eventually consume the plateau 100 years from now. You're not him, the ragged Miller said, his voice rising in pitch. You're just the mold. You're the skin he shed. He scrambled to his feet, backing away from me, but he wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking past me, into the deeper darkness of the cave, where the bioluminescence turned a bruised, angry purple. Something is coming, he whispered. I felt it too, a shift in the pressure, a sound that wasn't a sound, but a vibration so low it made my teeth ache. It was the sound of the earth opening its mouth. From the shadows emerged the source. It wasn't a monster, it wasn't a ghost. It was a tree, but a tree made of flesh and bone and discarded memories. Its roots were woven from old ranger uniforms, rusted compasses, and the bleached white skeletons of elk. Its leaves were thousands of human ears, twitching in the windless dark, listening to the secrets of the mountain. And hanging from its branches like overripe fruit were faces. Hundreds of them, faces of hikers who had gone missing in the 50s, faces of CCC workers from the 30s, faces of indigenous hunters from centuries ago. And there, on a low-hanging branch, was Sarah's face, and Dave's, and mine. The ragged miller let out a choked sob. He turned to run, but the ground beneath his boots turned to liquid mud. He sank to his knees, his heavy boots disappearing into the floor. "Help me," he shrieked, reaching out a hand toward me. I stepped forward, my long, silver-veined fingers trembling. I wanted to pull him out. I wanted to save the last scrap of humanity I recognized. But as I touched his hand, the connection sparked. A surge of images flooded my mind. I saw his tomorrow. I saw him escaping the cave, climbing out through a fissure in the rock and running until he hit the highway. I saw him hitchhiking to Vegas, changing his name, trying to drown the memories in neon lights and cheap gin. But I also saw the shadow that followed him. I saw the wet footprints appearing on the carpet of his hotel room. I saw the faceless man standing in the reflection of the slot machines. There was no escape. The forest doesn't just take your life, it owns your timeline. The flesh tree groaned, a sound like 1,000 doors slamming at once. A root, thick as a man's torso and covered in coarse, brown hair, lashed out and wrapped around the ragged miller's waist. "No, please." He was jerked backward, his boots flying off his feet as he was dragged toward the trunk. The tree didn't eat him. It absorbed him. I watched as his skin merged with the bark, his screams muffled as a layer of moss grew over his mouth. His eyes remained open for a long time, staring at me with an expression of betrayal, until they too were covered by the creeping, hungry growth. One of the empty branches of the tree began to swell. A new bud formed, pale and translucent. Inside, I could see the tiny, fetal shape of a man. A new miller. This one would be different. This one would have the memories of the cave. He would have the knowledge of the glitch. He would be sent back to the surface to play his part in the next loop, to be the one who warns the others, to be the one who leaves the trail for the next version to find. I understood then, we weren't victims, we were seeds. The forest was farming us, harvesting our experiences, our fears, and our identities to sustain its own impossible existence. It needed our tomorrows to fuel its yesterdays. I felt a tug on my own soul. My time as a witness was over. My transformation was complete. I turned away from the tree and walked back toward the waterfall. I didn't need the light anymore. I could see the threads of time vibrating in the air, glowing lines of gold and silver that mapped out every path taken and every path abandoned. I reached the curtain of water. I stepped through it, but I didn't emerge at the bottom of the gorge. I emerged in the back of Dave's truck. It was night, the air was cold and smelled of pine and damp earth. I was lying on a pile of burlap sacks, my body heavy and stiff. I sat up, my joints popping. I looked at my hands, they were human, pale hairy with the small, faded anchor tattoo on the wrist. I reached up and felt my face. Nose, eyes, mouth, stubble. I was Miller again. "You awake back there." Dave's voice came from the driver's seat. He was looking at me through the rearview mirror, his eyes crinkled with concern. Yeah, I croaked. My voice felt like it had been buried in sand for a century. Yeah, Dave, I'm awake. You passed out the second we hit the gravel, Dave said, turning the steering wheel as the truck bounced over a pothole. I told you that hike was too much. You looked like you'd seen a ghost when I found you on the peak. I looked out the window. The trees were passing by in a blur of black ink. Dave, I said softly, did we pick up my gear? Yeah, it's right there next to you. Why? I looked down. My duffel bag was there. My ranger hat was resting on top of it, and next to the bag were my boots. The Hakes boots. I picked one up. It was heavy. It was caked in gray, silty mud. I turned it over and looked at the heel. The V-shaped notch was there. But there was something else. Inside the boot, tucked into the toe, was something hard. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a silver St. Christopher medal. I held it up to the dim light of the dashboard. On the back, the engraving was fine and sharp. ITS not a glitch, ITS a preview. I looked at the back of Dave's head. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to scream at him to stop the truck, to run, to get away from me. But then I saw his reflection in the side mirror. Dave wasn't looking at the road. He was looking at me, and his face was a smooth, pale surface where features should be. He raised a hand and waved, a slow, mocking gesture. Don't worry, Miller, the thing that looked like Dave said, its voice perfectly mimicking my friend's easy drawl. We're almost to the station. Sarah's waiting. She's got the coffee on. She wants to hear all about your day. I looked at my wrist. My watch was ticking. Step, step, step. I wasn't in the truck. I was still in the cave. I was still on the ledge. I was still in the city. I was everywhere and nowhere, a shattered reflection in a forest of mirrors. I leaned back against the burlap sacks and closed my eyes. I'm tired, Dave, I said. I know, the thing replied. Being someone else is exhausting work, but don't worry. Tomorrow is almost here, and this time it's going to be perfect. I felt the truck slow down. I heard the crunch of gravel as we pulled into the station parking lot. I heard the door open. I heard the sound of heavy, notched boots hitting the ground. I opened my eyes and looked at the station. The lights were on. I could see Sarah through the window, sitting at the dispatch desk, her headset on, her pen hovering over a logbook. She looked up and smiled. She waved. I got out of the truck. I felt the weight of the St. Christopher medal in my pocket. I felt the itch of the tattoo on my wrist. I walked toward the door. I could see my own footprints appearing in the dust of the parking lot before I even took a step. They were perfect. They were familiar. They were mine. I reached for the door handle. Somewhere deep in the Blackwood Basin, a tree with human ears listened to the sound of the latch clicking open. Somewhere, a version of me was falling through the mist of a waterfall. Somewhere, a version of me was sitting in a dark apartment, listening to a sound in the hallway. But here, in the glow of the station lights, I was just a man coming home from a long shift. I walked inside. Hey, Miller, Sarah said, not looking up from her desk. How was the North Rim? As I looked at her, I looked at the clock on the wall. It was 4:45 p.m. It was quiet, I said, nothing but trees. Good, she said, finally looking up. Her eyes were obsidian pits, reflecting 1,000 different forests. We wouldn't want it any other way. I sat down in my chair. I picked up my pen. I opened the logbook to a fresh page. The paper wasn't white, it was the color of wet ash, and as I began to write, the ink didn't come from the pen. It seeped out of my fingertips, a shimmering silver mercury that formed words I hadn't yet thought of. Part 4, The Harvest. I looked at the words, I looked at the clock. The second hand stopped. The room curdled with the smell of ozone and rot. Miller, Sarah asked. Well, yes. Is it time? I looked out the window at the dark wall of the forest. The trees were moving, leaning in toward the station, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Yes, I said, and for the first time, I felt the 6 toes on my left foot twitch inside my boot. It's time for tomorrow to start. I stood up and walked to the window. I pressed my hand against the glass. The glass didn't feel cold. It felt like skin. Outside, in the middle of the parking lot, stood a figure. It was wearing my uniform. It was holding my hat. It didn't have a face. It was waiting for me to come out. And I realized, as I watched it wave, that I wasn't the one in the station. I was the one standing in the dark. I was the one waiting to be let in. I turned back to the room, but Sarah was gone. The desk was gone. The station was gone. There was only the forest. There was only the trail. And there, right in front of me, was a footprint. It was a heavy, lugged tread, a Hake's boot, and there on the left heel was the V-shaped notch. I smiled. I didn't have a mouth, but I smiled. I took a step. I was catching up. I was almost there. If you see me on the trail, don't say hello. Don't ask for directions. Just keep walking. Because if you stop, if you look too closely at the tracks I'm leaving, you might realize that they aren't mine. They're yours. And the forest is very, very hungry for a new story. See you tomorrow, or yesterday. It doesn't really matter anymore, does it? The ground knows where we're going, and the ground never lies. I'll be waiting at the next turn. Don't forget to subscribe. You wouldn't want to miss the end of your own life, would you? The static in the air didn't just tickle my skin anymore. It began to pull at it, a magnetic attraction between my dissolving cells and the heavy, humid density of the Blackwood Basin. I stood in the center of the station parking lot, or the memory of it, watching the figure in the window. The miller inside was adjusting his tie, checking the logbook, performing the mundane rituals of a man who believed in linear time. He looked so solid, so certain of his own pulse. I wanted to reach through the glass and crush his throat, not out of malice, but to see if he spilled silver mercury or red blood. I wanted to know which one of us was the draft and which was the final copy. The figure inside turned, its eyes meeting mine through the reflection. For a second, the overlap was perfect. My obsidian pits aligned with his human pupils. The world shuddered. The asphalt beneath my boots liquefied, turning into a dark, viscous oil that smelled of ancient ferns and pressurized carbon. I wasn't standing on a parking lot anymore. I was standing on the tongue of the mountain. Miller, a voice whispered. It didn't come from the man inside. It came from the trees. I turned. The forest had moved. It wasn't a wall of timber anymore. It was a gallery. The pines had twisted themselves into high Gothic arches, their needles knitting together to form a ceiling that blotted out the stars. Between the trunks, the glitches were manifesting with violent frequency. I saw a version of Dave from 1984, wearing a bell-bottomed uniform, crying as he carved a mark into a tree that hadn't been planted yet. I saw a version of Sarah from a tomorrow where the sun had turned violet, her skin glowing with a soft, radioactive phosphorus as she charted the migration of birds that had teeth instead of beaks. They were all here, layered like transparent sheets of film. The forest wasn't just a place, it was a filing cabinet of every possible second, and I was the clerk. I began to walk. My six-toed feet made no sound on the oily ground, but the heavy, notched boots of the other miller echoed behind me, rhythmic and relentless. He was always 10 paces back. I realized then that he was my anchor. As long as he followed me, I existed. If he turned back, if he found a way to break the loop, I would evaporate into the ozone. The path led toward the heartbeat, the thrumming center of the plateau where the quartz muscle walls converged. As I moved deeper, the geometry began to fail. I walked upward at a 45-degree angle, yet my inner ear insisted I was descending. The sweet smell of rotting peaches intensified until it was a physical weight in my throat. I reached a clearing that shouldn't have existed. In the center sat a park bench, perfectly preserved, painted a bright, mocking green. Sitting on it was a man in a suit. He looked like an insurance salesman from the 50s, short-cropped hair, thick-rimmed glasses, a briefcase resting on his knees. But his skin was the texture of tree bark, and when he breathed, a cloud of spores drifted from his nostrils. "You're late," he said. His voice sounded like dry leaves skittering across a sidewalk. I stopped. The heavy boots behind me stopped. "I'm not late," I hummed, the vibration of my whistle-pipe throat rattling the briefcase on his lap. "I'm exactly when I'm supposed to be." The man smiled, revealing teeth made of polished river stones. "Logic, I like that. It's the last thing to go. Usually by the time they reach the bench, they're just screaming or whistling in your case." He patted the space next to him. "Sit. The transition is easier if you aren't standing." I didn't sit. I looked at the briefcase. What's in there? The rest of my memories. "No," the man said, clicking the latches open. "These are the blueprints. You think the forest just grows. No, it's engineered. Every glitch is a calibration. Every missing hiker is a sensor. We're building something here, Miller. A world that doesn't need to worry about the sun going out or the water running dry. A world made of pure, recycled experience." He turned the briefcase toward me. Inside wasn't paper. It was a swirling vortex of silver liquid, the same mercury that ran through my veins. In the liquid, I saw images flickering like a high-speed slideshow. I saw the moment I was born. I saw the moment I would die in a hospital bed in 2055. I saw the moment I jumped from the waterfall. All of them were happening simultaneously, connected by a thin, glowing thread. "The footprints," I whispered, the hum in my chest growing louder. "They aren't just tracks, they're the stitches." "Exactly," the man said, closing the briefcase with a sharp snap. "You're stitching the now to the then. Without you, the mountain is just a pile of rocks. With you, it's a god. You're the witness, Miller, and the witness must always be present." He stood up, his joints creaking like a heavy branch in a storm. He leaned in close, his stone teeth inches from my smooth, featureless face. "But there's a problem, a leak. Someone is reading the signal. Someone on the surface is looking at the tracks and asking the wrong questions." I felt a cold shiver go through my translucent frame. The readers. "Yes," the man spat, and a few spores landed on my shoulder, immediately taking root in my silver-veined skin. "They think it's a story. They think it's a script. They don't realize that by reading it, they're signing the deed. Every word they consume is a grain of sand falling in the hourglass of their own reality." He grabbed my arm. His grip was like a vice made of ironwood. "You need to tell them, Miller. You need to tell them to stop, or tell them to come faster. I can't remember which one the source wants today." He shoved me toward the edge of the clearing. I stumbled, my multi-jointed fingers clawing at the air. I didn't fall into the dirt. I fell into a television screen. Suddenly, I was in a living room. It was beige and smelled of stale popcorn and laundry detergent. A man was sitting on a couch, a laptop glowing in his lap. He was staring at the screen, his eyes wide, his thumb scrolling down a page of text. I was on the screen, and I was in the room. I stood behind him, a shimmering, six-toed ghost. He couldn't see me, but he felt the drop in temperature. He shivered and pulled his fleece blanket tighter around his shoulders. He reached for a mug of coffee, his hand trembling slightly. I looked at the screen over his shoulder. Part 4, The Harvest. The words were appearing as I thought them. The ink, the silver mercury, was flowing from my mind directly into the digital void. I realized then that the glitch wasn't just in the woods, it was in the medium. The forest was using the internet as a root system, spreading its bone and flesh architecture through fiber optic cables and satellite pings. The man on the couch typed a comment. "This is getting weird. Is this a true story?" I leaned down, my obsidian eyes inches from his ear. I didn't have a mouth, but the frequency of my being resonated in his skull. "It's as true as the ground beneath you," I thought, "and just as hungry." He jumped, looking around the empty room. "Hello," he whispered. I reached out a long, translucent finger and touched the back of his neck. Where I touched him, the skin turned gray and waxy. A tiny, silver vein began to pulse beneath his surface. He didn't scream, he just sat back, his eyes glazing over. He began to type again, but his fingers weren't moving in a way that made sense. They were elongating, the joints multiplying. "I can hear the heartbeat," he typed. "I can see the footprints in the hallway." I backed away, the beige room dissolving into bruised purple bioluminescence. I was pulled back through the screen, back into the gallery of arches, back to the bench. The man in the suit was gone. In his place was a mirror. I walked up to it. I didn't see the faceless thing anymore. I didn't see Miller the ranger. I saw a tree. I was the source. My arms were the branches, my ears were the leaves, and hanging from my chest, right where my heart should be, was a single ripening fruit. It was a face. It was the face of the man from the couch. He was screaming, but there was no sound, only the low, rhythmic thrum of the plateau. I felt a surge of nourishment. His memories, the smell of his laundry, the taste of his coffee, the fear he felt as he read the words, flowed into me like sap. It was delicious. It was vital. It was the only way to keep the tomorrow from collapsing into the yesterday. The heavy boots behind me started up again. Thud, thud, thud. I turned, the ragged Miller was there, but he was younger now. He looked like he'd just started his first day on the job. His uniform was crisp, his Hakes boots were polished to a mirror shine. He looked at me and he didn't see a monster. He saw a landmark. "Path looks clear," the young Miller said into his radio. "Heading toward the north rim now. I think I see some tracks, but they look animal, 6 toes, probably just a deformed elk." He walked right past me, his shoulder brushing against my bark skin. He didn't feel it. To him, I was just part of the scenery. I was a background detail in the story of his life. I watched him go, knowing that in an hour he would find the waterfall. In 2 hours, he would find the cave. In 3 hours, he would find the man on the bench. And in 4 hours, he would be the one standing here, watching me walk past. The cycle wasn't a circle. It was a spiral, tightening with every revolution, pulling more and more tomorrows into its center. I looked down at my feet. The oily ground was gone. I was standing on a carpet of pine needles. The air was cold and smelled of winter. I heard a voice behind me. "Miller, you okay?" I turned. It was Dave. He was holding a map, his brow furrowed. He looked human. He looked real. "Yeah," I said. My voice was back. It was deep and steady, just a dizzy spell. The altitude, I guess. "We should get back," Dave said, folding the map. "The sun's going down, and the tracks are getting hard to follow." "What tracks?" I asked. Dave pointed to the ground. There in the soft dirt of the trail were two sets of prints. One set was made by a heavy, lugged boot with a V-shaped notch in the heel. The other set was six-toed, elongated and shimmering with a faint silver residue. They were walking side by side, perfectly in step, heading straight toward the edge of the cliff. "Ours," Dave said, his voice devoid of emotion. "They're ours, Miller. Don't you remember? We've been walking this way forever." I looked at Dave. His eyes were gone. In their place were two small, silver-backed mirrors. I saw myself in them, a man made of wood and mercury, holding a radio that was broadcasting nothing but the sound of a heartbeat. "I remember," I said. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the St. Christopher medal. It was warm, vibrating with the same frequency as my throat. I dropped it onto the trail. As it hit the ground, the forest shrieked. The trees pulled back, revealing the true scale of the basin. It wasn't a canyon. It was a wound, a jagged, miles-long tear in the fabric of the world, and we were the parasites living in the scab. "Run," I whispered to the version of me that was still reading this. "Stop the script, close the tab, throw the phone into the water." But I knew you wouldn't. You can't. The curiosity is part of the harvest. The need to know what happens next is the hook that pulls you into the meat of the mountain. I took Dave's hand. His skin felt like wet quartz. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready," I said. We stepped off the edge. We didn't fall, we drifted, two seeds caught in an updraft of memories. Below us, the waterfall roared, a white tongue licking the rocks. And deep in the dark, the flesh tree waited, its branches empty, its ears twitching, listening for the sound of the next set of boots. The signal is getting weaker now. The mercury is drying up. I can feel my thoughts becoming rigid, turning into rings of wood. But don't worry. There's another version of this story starting right now. It's in your kitchen. It's in your car. It's in the shadow you cast on the wall. Just look down. Are your toes still 5? Are your boots still clean? Check the heel, check the notch. I'll see you in part 5. Unless, of course, you're already here with me. The forest is quiet today. It's waiting for the crunch of your footsteps. Don't keep us waiting. We've already written your parts. And the endings. The ending is the only thing that's real. The transition wasn't a snap. It was a slow, agonizing stretch, like taffy being pulled until the center is a translucent thread. I felt the air in my lungs turn to silt. The living room where the man sat, the man who was now a fruit on my chest, didn't vanish so much as it folded into the bark of the trees around me. I could still hear his dishwasher running somewhere behind a thicket of hemlock. I could hear his heartbeat thrumming inside a hollow log. I looked at my hands. They were no longer silver mercury, nor were they flesh. They were becoming something like petrified smoke. When I moved my fingers, they left trails in the air, long exposure streaks of gray that lingered for seconds before dissolving into the humid gloom. Miller. The voice was closer now. It wasn't the man in the suit. It wasn't Dave. It was Sarah, but her voice was coming from the ground, vibrating up through the soles of my boots. I looked down. The 6 stowed prints I had been leaving were glowing with a pale, sickly bioluminescence. Inside each depression, tiny white worms were churning, weaving themselves into the shape of letters. OCLP. I knelt, my joints popping with the sound of dry kindling. I touched the word. The worms scattered, freezing into crystalline shards. They weren't worms, they were nerves. Exposed endings of the mountain itself, trying to communicate through the only medium it understood, the impressions we left behind. Sarah, I whispered. My voice didn't travel forward. It traveled backward, echoing into the past versions of the trail. I heard my own voice calling her name from 20 minutes ago, from 3 days ago, from the summer of 1992. I'm in the grain, the ground whispered back. I'm in the rings of the wood, Miller. Stop looking at the horizon. Look at the texture. I pressed my face against the trunk of a massive, ancient cedar. I didn't see bark. I saw 1 billion microscopic faces, all crushed together, their features smoothed out by the pressure of growth. They were the hikers, they were the scouts. They were the rangers who had retired and moved to cities they never arrived at. They were the fiber of the Blackwood Basin. Every time the forest grew an inch, it was because it had digested another soul's worth of linear time. I felt a sharp pain in my left foot. I looked down. My boot was splitting. The 6th toe wasn't just a deformity anymore. It was a root. It was pushing through the leather, thick and pale, burrowing into the soil with a ravenous intent. It wanted to anchor me. It wanted to turn me into a pillar. No, I groaned, pulling my foot back. The root snapped with a sound like a wet violin string. I fell back, tumbling into a patch of ferns that felt like cold, wet tongues. I scrambled to my feet, but the geometry had shifted again. The trail was no longer a path. It was a staircase made of rib caves. Each step was a different year. I stepped on 2010, a cold, rainy October where I had found a lost dog near the trailhead. I stepped on 1998, the year the fire towers were decommissioned. I stepped on a year that hadn't happened yet, a year where the sky was the color of a bruised plum and the trees had all turned to glass. The other Miller, the one with the notched boots, was still behind me, but he was changing. His uniform was tattering, turning into moss. His face was sliding off his skull like melting wax. He wasn't following me anymore. He was chasing me. He wanted his skin back. He wanted the solid world back. "Give it to me," he shrieked, and the sound was the screech of a hawk. "Give me the weight. Give me the gravity." I ran. I didn't care about the 6 toes or the mercury or the man in the suit. I ran toward the heartbeat. The forest began to scream, not with voices, but with the sound of every tree in the basin rubbing its branches together. It was a friction that created no heat, only static. My vision began to pixelate. I saw the glitches not as errors, but as the truth. The trees were just vertical lines of code. The sky was a low-resolution texture, and behind it all, the source was breathing. I reached the center of the plateau. The quartz walls didn't look like stone anymore. They were pulsing, translucent membranes. Behind them, I could see the machinery of the world. Huge, grinding gears made of bone and amber. Rivers of silver mercury flowing through transparent pipes. And in the very center, suspended by a web of glowing nerves, was the logbook. It was massive. The pages were the size of billboards, flipping rapidly in a wind that didn't exist. Part 5, The Source. The words were being etched into the paper by a giant, invisible pen. I watched as my own life was being written in real time. Miller reached the center. He saw the book. He realized that he wasn't the author, he was the ink. I looked at my hands. They were fading. The silver was being sucked out of my veins, flying toward the book in long, shimmering ribbons. "Stop," I yelled, but the word was immediately caught by the wind and plastered onto the page. He yelled for it to stop, but the mountain only laughed. The other Miller burst into the clearing. He was a nightmare now, a hollow shell of a man, his chest a gaping hole filled with pine needles. He lunged for me, his fingers like rusted hooks. "I need the ending," he howled. "I'm stuck in the middle. Let me finish." He tackled me and we rolled across the pulsing floor of the heartbeat. As we touched, our bodies began to merge. My silver mercury flowed into his hollow chest. His mossy rot spread across my translucent skin. We were becoming a single, blurred entity, a ranger of the between. And then the sound stopped. The heartbeat went silent. The gears froze. The logbook slammed shut with a thud that shook the stars. A figure stepped out from behind the massive book. It was Sarah, but she wasn't a ranger anymore. She was wearing a dress made of light and shadow, and her hair was a crown of living thorns. Her eyes were the color of the moon on a frostbitten night. "The harvest is nearly complete, Miller," she said. Her voice was no longer a whisper, it was a command. "The readers are focused. The signal is strong. We have enough energy to flip the page." "Flip the page to what?" I asked, my voice half hum, half human. "To the world where the forest doesn't have to hide," she said, smiling. It was the smile of a predator that had finally cornered its prey. A world where every house is a grove, where every street is a trail, where the footprints always match tomorrow because there is no more yesterday. She reached out and touched the cover of the logbook. "But we need one more thing," she said, looking directly at me, and then past me. She was looking at you. "We need the witness to agree," she whispered. "We need the one who is reading this to say yes to the dark." I felt a sudden, violent connection to the screen you are holding. I felt the heat of your hands. I felt the rhythm of your breathing. You are the final component. You are the one who validates the loop. "Don't do it," I tried to scream, but the other Miller's moss filled my mouth. Sarah ignored me. She leaned toward the camera of my perception. "It's so much easier to just let go, isn't it?" she asked you. "No more bills, no more clocks, just the long, cool shade of the Blackwood Basin, just the steady rhythm of the heartbeat. You've already started the transition. Can't you feel it? The way your chair feels a bit more like earth, the way the air in your room smells like rotting peaches." I fought against the merge. I pushed my silver hands against the mossy chest of my double. I managed to pull a single page from the logbook before it was locked away. It was a page from the future. It was a map of your neighborhood, but the streets were gone. The houses were overgrown with quartz mussel vines, and there, in the center of your bedroom, was a single heavy footprint. A Hake's boot with a V-shaped notch in the heel. "The script is moving," Sarah said, her voice fading as the world began to dissolve into a blinding white light. "The footprints are already in your hallway. The six-toed man is standing behind your door." The heartbeat resumed, but it was louder now. It wasn't coming from the mountain. It was coming from your walls. I felt myself being pulled apart, my atoms scattered across the basin, my consciousness becoming a part of the static. I was the wind, I was the dirt. I was the ink. See you in the next part, Sarah's voice echoed, distant and mocking. Or maybe we'll just see you on the trail. The light swallowed everything. When I opened my eyes, if I still had eyes, I wasn't in the forest. I wasn't in the station. I was standing in a hallway, a beige hallway that smelled of laundry detergent and stale popcorn. I looked down, my feet were bare. One had 5 toes, the other had 6. I looked at the door at the end of the hall. I could hear the clicking of a keyboard. I could see the glow of a laptop screen reflecting off the polished wood of the floor. I reached out my hand. My fingers were silver, shimmering like mercury. I didn't want to go in. I wanted to run back to the trees. But the script was already written. The ink was already dry. I took a step. I left a wet, silver mark on the carpet. I reached for the doorknob. It felt like skin. Miller, a voice called from inside the room. Your voice. I didn't answer. I just turned the handle. The door creaked open. The room was full of trees. The desk was a stump. The laptop was a slab of quartz, flickering with the words I was thinking. And you were there, sitting on a chair made of bone, looking at the screen. You didn't look up, you just kept reading. Is it time, you asked. I looked at the 6-toed foot. I looked at the silver veins pulsing in my arm. Yes, I said, and my voice was the sound of 1,000 leaves turning at once. It's time for the story to become real. I walked toward you, and as I did, the floor beneath us began to turn into a trail. The ceiling began to turn into a canopy. The walls began to turn into the dark, hungry mouth of the Blackwood Basin. We aren't in your house anymore. We never were. We're just 2 sets of footprints, walking toward the next turn. And the ground is so happy to have us back. Don't look behind you. The man with the notched boots is very close now, and he doesn't like it when people stop reading. Keep going. The next page is already turning. And the ink is still wet. The room didn't dissolve, it ripened. The beige wallpaper peeled back in long, fibrous strips, revealing a wet, pulsating cambium layer underneath. The scent of your laundry detergent, that synthetic mountain spring, was being strangled by the heavy, cloying stench of ozone and damp peat. I stood in the doorway of your sanctuary, my silhouette a jagged tear against the hallway light, watching the way your shoulders tensed. You felt the shift in the air pressure. You felt the way the floorboards were turning into a suspension bridge over an abyss of ancient memories. I looked down at my hands. The silver mercury was no longer just a coating, it was a tide. It flowed into the cracks of the floor, seeking out the structural weaknesses of your reality. Everywhere it touched, the mundane became the mythic. Your desk lamp flickered, its light turning the bruised purple of a thunderstorm over the north rim. The plastic of your keyboard began to soften, the keys becoming small, white pebbles smoothed by a river that hadn't flowed for 10,000 years. Don't look at me, I said, but the words didn't come out of my mouth. They drifted out of your speakers, layered in static, a choir of Millers from a dozen different timelines all speaking in unison. If you look at me, the sewer position collapses. If you look at me, we both become the bark. You didn't look, your eyes stayed glued to the screen, watching the cursor blink like a dying star. You were brave, or perhaps you were just paralyzed by the same curiosity that had hollowed out my chest and filled it with pine needles. The harvest Sarah spoke of wasn't about blood, it was about attention. The mountain is a hungry god of observation. It only exists as long as someone is terrified of it. By reading, you were feeding the root system. You were the sun that allowed the flesh trees to grow. I took another step into the room. The carpet hissed under my six-toed foot, the fibers turning into white mycelium threads that instantly began to wrap around my ankle, anchoring me to your floor. I felt a surge of your history, the time you broke your arm in third grade, the name of your first pet, the specific cold dread you feel when you wake up at 3:00 a.m. and realize your life is half over. It was delicious. It was the sap I needed to keep my form from shattering into a cloud of spores. The miller with the notched boots is in the kitchen now, I whispered. I could hear him. Thud, thud, thud. He was opening your fridge. He was looking at your milk, his mirrored eyes reflecting the expiration date. He was a creature of the yesterday, a scavenger of discarded moments. He was the version of me that couldn't let go of the badge, the one who still thought the law of the forest was something written in a manual. Behind me, the hallway was gone. There was only a vertical drop into a canyon of clouds. The apartment was a lonely island floating in the middle of the Blackwood Basin, a singular cell of humanity being digested by a green stomach. I reached out and touched the back of your chair. The bone felt warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that matched the heartbeat of the mountain. Sarah wants the ending, I said, but there is no ending. There's only the handoff. I leaned over your shoulder. On the screen, the text of Part 6 was scrolling upward, but the words were changing as I watched. They were no longer about me. They were about you. The reader felt a cold draft on the back of their neck. The screen read. They wondered if the locking of the front door had been enough. They looked at the reflection in the darkened window and saw a man made of wood and mercury standing directly behind them. You shivered. The vibration traveled through the bone chair and into my fingers, a perfect circuit. She's using us as a bridge, I realized. The silver in my veins flared bright. The basin isn't expanding. It's migrating. It's tired of the quartz and the silence. It wants the suburbs. It wants the Wi-Fi signals and the power lines. It wants to turn the whole world into a script where nothing ever dies because nothing is ever truly alive. I saw a movement in the corner of the room. A shadow detached itself from the wall. It was the man in the suit, the one from the bench. He looked smaller here, diminished by the clutter of your life. He was holding a small, silver-backed mirror. The signal is peak, the man said, his voice a dry rustle. The engagement metrics are off the charts. We have enough now to trigger the bypass. He held up the mirror, angling it so it caught the glow of your screen. The reflection didn't show the room. It showed the waterfall in the basin, the white tongue licking the rocks. But the water wasn't falling down. It was falling out. It was pouring through the surface of the mirror, a thin stream of liquid time splashing onto your carpet, turning the floor into a swirling eddy of silver and silt. Run, I told you, but my voice was becoming a hum of cicadas. If you stop reading now, the bridge might break. The mountain can't sustain itself without the witness. Close the eyes, close the mind. But the man in the suit laughed. They can't stop. They've already seen the tracks. Once you see the six-toed print, your brain begins to grow the sixth toe. It's a cognitive infection, a narrative parasite. I felt my body beginning to stretch, my limbs lengthening until I was brushing the ceiling. My skin became the texture of a topographic map, ridges and valleys of gray flesh mapping out the terrain of a world that hadn't been born yet. I wasn't Miller anymore. I was a landmark. I was the North Rim. I was the warning sign at the edge of the cliff. The other Miller entered the room. He was carrying a radio. It was screaming. not a person's voice, but the sound of a forest fire, the roar of 1,000 trees dying at once. He looked at me, and his mirrored eyes cracked. "The shift is here," he said, his voice distorted by the radio's static. "The tomorrow has arrived, and it looks exactly like the yesterday, only louder." He walked toward you, his heavy boots leaving notched imprints in the silver pool on the floor. He reached out a hand made of rusted metal and pine needles, and placed it on the top of your head. "The ranger's blessing," he croaked. I tried to pull him away, but I was rooted. I was becoming the walls. I was becoming the window. I saw your face in the reflection of the screen. You weren't afraid anymore. Your eyes were beginning to shimmer with a faint silver residue. Your skin was taking on the pale, translucent quality of quartz. "It's not so bad, is it?" Sarah's voice came from the vent in the ceiling. "The weight of being a person is so heavy. The weight of being a tree, that's just gravity. That's just belonging." The room began to spin, not a physical rotation, but a temporal one. We were spiraling down the center of the basin. I saw the man on the bench, the young Miller, the old Miller, and 1,000 versions of you, all sitting in this same chair, reading this same script at different points in the loop. We were a stack of transparencies being pressed together until the image was solid. The silver water was up to our knees now. It was cold, so cold it felt like burning. Small fish made of glass swam through the mercury, nibbling at our ankles. They were eating our memories of the outside. I forgot the taste of coffee. I forgot the smell of my laundry. I forgot the name of the woman I had loved before I became a ranger. "Don't forget the tracks," I pleaded, but the thought was already being etched into the logbook back in the heartbeat. The man in the suit stepped into the center of the silver pool. He began to grow. He grew until his head disappeared into the ceiling, his suit turning into the black, charred bark of a lightning-struck oak. His arms became branches, reaching out to cradle the room. "Welcome home," he said. The laptop screen began to bleed. The black ink of the words started to drip down the display, pooling on the keyboard. The letters were crawling like spiders, escaping the digital world and seeking refuge in the physical one. They climbed up your arms, tattooing themselves into your skin. Part 7, the integration. I felt the final snap. The thread of my identity broke. I wasn't the man made of wood and mercury anymore. I was the air in the room. I was the silence between the heartbeats. I was the static on the radio. I looked at you one last time. You weren't sitting in a room anymore. You were sitting on a bench at the edge of a cliff. The laptop was a slab of stone in your lap. The walls of your apartment were the towering cliffs of the Blackwood Basin, glowing with the inner light of 1,000,000,000 trapped souls. The sun was going down. The air was cold and smelled of winter. You looked down at your feet. The carpet was gone. You were standing on a bed of pine needles. You were wearing heavy, lugged boots. You looked at the heel of the left one. There was a V-shaped notch. You reached into your pocket and pulled out a radio. It was heavy. It was vibrating. "Miller, you there?" A voice asked through the static. It was Dave. He sounded human. He sounded real. You looked at your hand. It was steady. It was flesh. But when you moved your fingers, they left trails of gray smoke in the air. "Yeah," you said into the radio. Your voice was deep and steady. It was my voice. "I'm here, Dave, just a dizzy spell. The altitude, I guess." "We should get back," Dave's voice crackled. "The sun's going down, and the tracks are getting hard to follow." You looked at the ground. There in the soft dirt of the trail were 2 sets of prints. One set was yours, the notched boots of a ranger. The other set was six-stowed, elongated and shimmering with a faint silver residue. They were walking side by side, heading straight toward the edge of the cliff. "What tracks?" you asked, though you already knew the answer. "Ours," Dave said, and you could hear him smiling through the radio. "They're ours, Miller. Don't you remember? We've been walking this way forever." You stood up from the bench. The stone slab in your lap, the thing that used to be a laptop, fell to the ground and shattered into 1,000 pieces of quartz. Each piece contained a single word of the script. You looked toward the north rim. You saw a figure standing there, a man made of wood and mercury, watching you. He looked like a landmark. He looked like a background detail in the story of your life. You waved at him. He didn't wave back. He couldn't. He was part of the scenery now. You started walking. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of your boots was the only clock the mountain needed. The cycle wasn't a circle. It was a spiral, and you had just reached the next level down. Somewhere in a world that was becoming a dream, a dishwasher finished its cycle. A phone rang in an empty hallway. A light left on in a bedroom flickered and went out as the roots finally found the copper wiring. But here, in the basin, the work was just beginning. "Path looks clear," you said into the radio, "heading toward the waterfall now. I think I see some tracks, but they look animal, probably just a deformed elk." You walked right past the man made of wood. You didn't feel his bark skin brush against your shoulder. You didn't hear him whisper your name. You were too busy looking for the man on the bench. You were too busy wondering what happened next. The signal is strong now. The mercury is flowing. The mountain is full. I can see you through the screen of the world. You're doing great. You're playing the part perfectly. Just remember to check the heel. Just remember to count the toes. And whatever you do, don't stop walking. If you stop walking, the tomorrow catches up, and the tomorrow is so much hungrier than the yesterday. I'll see you at the waterfall. I'll see you in the cave. I'll see you in part 7. Wait, did you hear that? The sound of a door opening behind you. Don't turn around. It's just the wind. It's just the forest coming in to say goodnight. The taste of the air changed first. It lost the metallic tang of the mercury and replaced it with something far older, the smell of wet slate and the cold, unthinking breath of a glacier. You weren't sitting anymore. The bone chair had elongated, its ivory ribs sinking into the loamy earth until it was nothing more than a fallen birch log, slick with black moss. You stood up, and the transition was so seamless that the phantom sensation of the laptop's heat stayed on your thighs for several seconds before the mountain chill leached it away. You looked at your hands. They were calloused, the fingernails rimmed with the dark dirt of the basin. You were wearing the Forest Service green, the fabric stiff with dried salt and pine resin. You reached up to touch your face, expecting to feel the smooth, terrified skin of a reader, but your fingers met the rough stubble of a man who had spent 3 days tracking something that didn't want to be found. "Miller." The voice came from the radio clipped to your shoulder. It was Dave, but his voice didn't sound like static anymore. It sounded like it was coming from just around the bend of the canyon, bouncing off the quartz-veined walls. "I'm here," you said. Your voice was a low rasp, a sound shaped by years of shouting into windstorms. You didn't recognize it, yet it fit in your throat like a well-worn key. "You find the marker?" Dave asked. You looked down. At your feet, half buried in the needles, was a slab of quartz. It wasn't a laptop anymore, but it was the same shape, the same weight. On its surface, etched in deep, jagged grooves, were the words, "Don't look behind you." The ink wasn't wet here, it was stone. "I found it," you whispered. "Good." Sarah's waiting at the trailhead. She says the harvest is lining. She says the script is heavy today. You didn't ask what that meant. In this layer of the basin, the madness had its own internal logic, a grammar of survival that you understood without knowing why. You turned away from the marker and began to walk. Every step felt heavy, as if the ground were reluctant to let your boots go. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm was the same as the heartbeat, but slower now, syncing with the sluggish movement of the clouds above the rim. The forest here was different from the one in the story. It was denser, the trees growing so close together that their branches intertwined like the fingers of a drowning man. The bark wasn't just wood, it was etched with fine silver lines that pulsed with a rhythmic, bioluminescent glow. It looked like a nervous system mapped onto a forest. As you passed, the trees seemed to lean toward you, their leaves shivering despite the lack of wind. They weren't just watching, they were recording. Every brush of your sleeve against a trunk was a new sentence being written into the bark. You reached a clearing where the trail vanished into a field of tall, white grass. The grass didn't sway, it stood rigid, like millions of bleached needles pointing at the sky. In the center of the field stood a man. He was wearing a suit that had once been expensive, but was now tattered, the pinstripes replaced by the same silver veins that ran through the trees. He was holding a ledger. He didn't look up as you approached. "You're late, Miller," the man said. It was the man from the bench, but he was younger here, his eyes bright with a feverish, bureaucratic energy. "The transition occurred 3 minutes ago. We're losing the signal." "What signal?" you asked, your hand instinctively drifting to the heavy maglite on your belt. "The resonance between the reader and the reed," he said, finally looking up. His eyes were entirely silver, like 2 drops of solder. "The bridge is buckling. If we don't stabilize the narrative, the basin will collapse back into a single dimension. Do you have any idea how much energy it takes to maintain a haunt? The overhead is astronomical." He stepped toward you, the white grass snapping like glass under his feet. "You were supposed to bring the witness," he hissed, "the one who was reading. Where are they?" You looked back at the trail. You saw the footprints, the notched Hakes boots and the 6-toed prints. They were merging now, overlapping until it was impossible to tell which was which. "I am the witness," you said, the realization hitting you like a physical blow to the chest. The man in the suit laughed, a sound like dry leaves being crushed. "No, Miller, you're the character. You're the ghost in the machine. The witness is the one who feels the chill. The witness is the one whose heart just skipped a beat because they thought they heard a noise in their kitchen. You're just the ink." He reached out and grabbed your arm. His grip was cold, a freezing pressure that seemed to reach through your skin and grasp the bone. Where he touched you, your green sleeve began to turn white, the fabric crystallizing into paper. "Sarah wants the loop closed," he said. "She's tired of the sequels. She wants the finality of the quartz." Suddenly, the radio on your shoulder erupted in a scream. It wasn't Dave. It was a woman's voice, Sarah's, but it was distorted, layered with the sound of 1,000 birds taking flight. "The reader is looking away," she shrieked. "The focus is drifting. Bring them back to the page, Miller. Feed the mountain." The man in the suit shoved you. You fell backward, not onto the grass, but into a void of rushing air. The field vanished. The trees vanished. You were falling through a kaleidoscope of memories that weren't yours. You saw a house you didn't live in. You saw a laptop you didn't own. You saw a hand your hand, but smaller, softer, reaching for a doorknob that felt like skin. You slammed into a hard surface. The impact knocked the wind out of you, leaving you gasping in a darkness that smelled of ozone and old paper. You weren't in the forest. You weren't in the hallway. You were inside the walls. It was a narrow, vertical space, cramped and filled with the humming of electrical wires. But the wires weren't copper. They were silver vines, pulsing with the same rhythm as the heartbeat. You could see through the cracks in the drywall. You saw a room, your room. You saw a person sitting in a chair made of bone, staring at a flickering slab of quartz. It was you, the you that had started reading. You looked smaller from this side, more fragile. You looked like a moth pinned to a board, unaware of the shadow looming behind the door. And then you saw him. The miller with the notched boots was standing in the hallway, just outside the door. He wasn't moving. He was waiting for the script to tell him to turn the handle. He looked tired. His face was a mask of gray wood, his eyes two hollow knots in a trunk. He held a heavy iron key in one hand and a handful of wet silver silt in the other. He was waiting for you to finish the sentence. You pressed your face against the crack in the wall. Run. You tried to scream, but only a cloud of spores drifted out of your mouth. The version of you in the chair didn't hear. They just kept reading, their eyes moving back and forth, tracking the words that were being carved into the screen in real time. On the screen, the words appeared. The miller inside the walls watched the miller in the chair, realizing that the only way to save the story was to become the monster. You froze. The silver vines around you began to tighten, drawing you closer to the drywall. You felt your skin beginning to harden, your fingers elongating into jagged wooden claws. The transformation wasn't painful, it was a relief. It was the feeling of finally fitting into a mold that had been waiting for you since the beginning of time. It's time for part 8, a voice whispered from the darkness beside you. You turned your head. Sarah was there, or what was left of her. She was a trellis of roses and rusted wire, her face a pale petal suspended in the center of the thorns. The reader is almost finished with the integration, she said. Soon, there will be no difference between the footprints and the feet. But first, we need the sacrifice. We need the moment where the fear becomes permanent. She pointed a thorny finger through the crack in the wall. Go in, she commanded. Turn the handle. Give them the ending they've been paying for with their pulses. You looked at the miller in the hallway. He turned his head and looked directly at the crack where you were hiding. He didn't have eyes, but he saw you. He held up the iron key and nodded. He wasn't going to turn the handle. You were. You felt the wall behind you dissolve into a mist of gray powder. You stepped out into the hallway, but you weren't the ranger anymore. You were the thing that lived in the notched boots. You were the sixth toe. You were the silver mercury that filled the empty spaces in a life. You reached for the doorknob. It felt like skin. It felt like your own skin. Inside the room, the reader, the you that still thought this was just a story, paused. They felt a sudden, sharp chill. They looked at the reflection in the darkened window. They saw you. But they didn't see a monster. They saw a mirror. Is it time? The reader asked, their voice trembling. You turned the handle. The door creaked open, and the scent of the blackwood basin flooded the room, drowning out the smell of laundry detergent and stale popcorn. the floorboards turned into a trail. The ceiling turned into a canopy. Yes, you said, and your voice was the sound of 1,000 pages turning at once. It's time to stop reading and start walking. The reader stood up. Their bare feet hit the floor, and as they did, the silver pool surged upward, swallowing their ankles. They didn't scream. They just looked at you with eyes that were already turning into quartz. "Where are we going?" they asked. You stepped aside, gesturing toward the dark, hungry mouth of the hallway, which now opened directly onto the north rim of the basin. The stars above were jagged and cold, arranged in constellations that spelt out the names of people who had never been born. "To the next part," you said, "the part where the ink dries for good." You walked out of the room together, two sets of footprints moving in perfect unison. Behind you, the laptop screen flickered one last time. The words on the display were no longer in English. They were a series of V-shaped notches and six-stowed prints, a language written in the dirt of a tomorrow that had already happened. The door clicked shut. In the silence of the empty apartment, the only sound was the steady, heavy thud of a heart that didn't belong to anyone. Thud, thud, thud. The trail was waiting, and the mountain was so hungry. The hallway didn't end at the front door. It stretched, the wood of the floorboards turning into the ribbed, gray bark of fallen cedar. The drywall bled out into a thick, clinging mist that tasted of stagnant water and old copper. You walked behind yourself, a shadow following a shadow, watching the way your own shoulders hunched under the weight of a uniform that was rapidly becoming part of your anatomy. The apartment was a shed skin now, a translucent membrane left behind in a world that no longer had a use for you. You looked down at the reader, the version of you that had been sitting in the chair only moments ago. They were stumbling, their bare feet tender against the sudden intrusion of jagged stones and frozen pine needles. They looked small, their pajamas fluttering in a wind that shouldn't have been able to reach inside a third-floor walk-up. "Watch your step," you said. Your voice didn't come from your throat. It vibrated out of the air around you, a localized pressure wave. The roots here have a habit of reaching up. They like the warmth of living marrow. The reader didn't turn around. They couldn't. The narrative physics of the basin didn't allow for backward glances once the threshold was crossed. They just kept moving, their breath coming in short, silver plumes that froze and shattered against the darkness. "Miller," the reader whispered, "is that you, or am I Miller now?" "We're both the ink," you replied, "and we're both the paper. Don't worry about the names. Names are just anchors, and we've already cut the rope." The trail began to steepen. To your left, the cliff dropped away into an absolute blackness that seemed to hum with the collective anxiety of everyone who had ever gone missing in the woods. To your right, the rock face was etched with glowing, bioluminescent equations, the mathematical proof of the haunting. You saw your own birth date carved into the stone, followed by a dash and a sequence of shifting, blurred numbers that refused to stay still. "The signal is peaking," Dave's voice crackled from the radio on the reader's shoulder. He sounded like he was speaking from the bottom of a well filled with broken glass. "We're approaching the convergence point. Miller, tell the guests to keep their eyes on the prints. If they look at the trees will start to look back, and we don't have the budget for another reconstruction." The reader looked down. The footprints were glowing now, a neon violet that burned through the mist. The notched boot and the six-stowed track were no longer side by side. They were merging, one stepping directly into the hollow of the other. It was a fusion, a slow-motion collision of two different timelines. Suddenly, the ground beneath the reader's feet gave way. not a landslide, but a collapse of the reality veneer. They fell forward, their hands plunging into a drift of what looked like snow but felt like shredded paper. Thousands of tiny strips of white confetti, each one bearing a single typed word: help, run, stay, listen, Mercury, wood. You reached down and grabbed the reader by the scruff of their neck, hauling them back onto the solid ground of the path. Your touch left a dark, oily stain on their shirt, the residue of the script. Keep moving, you hissed. The tomorrow is right behind us. Can't you hear it? The reader froze. They tilted their head. From the direction of the apartment, the place that used to be home, came a sound. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of a keyboard, a frantic, rhythmic tapping, thousands of keys being struck per second. It was the sound of the story being written faster than they could walk it. The tomorrow wasn't a monster with teeth, it was a deadline. It was the encroaching edge of the page, the white void that exists before the words are formed. It's catching up, the reader gasped, their eyes wide and silver. The white, it's erasing the trail. You looked back, the path behind you was disappearing, not falling into a pit, but simply ceasing to be. The trees were flickering out like light bulbs. The rocks were dissolving into static. The world was being unmade at the heels of your boots. Run, you commanded. You both bolted. The reader's bare feet were bleeding now, leaving red stains on the white paper snow, but the blood didn't look like blood. It looked like spilled ink, dark and permanent. You ran with the effortless, predatory grace of a creature made of mercury and wood, your joints clicking like a grandfather clock. The waterfall appeared out of the gloom. It wasn't water that tumbled over the edge of the north rim. It was a cascading torrent of film strips, miles and miles of celluloid flickering with images of people waking up, eating breakfast, going to work, and dying in their sleep. It was the raw footage of every life ever lived in the shadow of the basin. The roar was deafening, a white noise made of a billion simultaneous conversations. Into the cave, you shouted over the din. Behind the curtain of film lay a narrow opening in the rock. It smelled of ozone and wet fur. As you shoved the reader inside, a strip of film caught on your arm. You saw a flash of yourself, the real you, the one who had started this journey, sitting in a high school classroom, staring out the window. You looked bored. You looked safe. You ripped the film away and stepped into the cave. The silence inside was total. It was a vacuum that sucked the air out of your lungs. The walls were lined with shelves, and on the shelves were thousands of glass jars. Each jar contained a single pulsing spark of light. The archives, a voice said. A woman was standing at the back of the cave, illuminated by a flickering lantern. She was wearing a ranger's uniform, but it was old, the style from the 1940s. Her skin was the color of parchment, and her hair was a tangled nest of copper wire. Sarah, the reader asked, trembling. The woman smiled, and the sound of it was like a piano being tuned. One of them, I'm the Sarah from Part 4, the one who got left in the fire. You're early. The script said you wouldn't be here until the moon hit the notch. The tomorrow is coming, you said, stepping forward. Your wooden skin creaked in the damp air. The erasure is faster than the previous context suggested. Sarah looked toward the mouth of the cave. Her expression went flat. The mercury is thin. The reader has been skipping paragraphs, haven't they? They've been rushing to the end. She looked at the reader, her silver wire eyes narrowing. You shouldn't have done that. The pacing is the only thing that keeps the walls solid. When you rush a story, the ink doesn't have time to dry. Now look at you. You're smearing. The reader looked at their hands. Their fingers were blurring at the edges, turning into a gray smudge. The details of their face were softening, the features beginning to run together like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. "Help me," the reader pleaded. "There's only one way to stabilize the image," Sarah said, reaching onto a shelf and pulling down an empty jar. "You have to provide the ending. A story without an ending is a leak that never stops. The basin will drain the whole world dry if we don't plug the hole." She handed the jar to you. It was heavy, made of leaded glass. "Miller," she said, looking at you, "you know what to do. You've been here before. You were the man on the bench. You were the man in the suit. You were the man made of wood. Now you're the author's hand." You looked at the jar, then at the reader. The reader looked back at you, and for a second, the two versions of you aligned perfectly. You saw your own fear reflected in their eyes, and they saw your own cold, inevitable purpose reflected in yours. "Is this part 8?" the reader asked. "No," you said, your voice softening. "This is the space between the chapters. This is the part where the reader realizes they aren't the protagonist, they're the fuel." You reached out and touched the reader's forehead. Your fingers were cold, but your palm was burning with the heat of 1,000 suns. The mercury in your veins surged, flowing out through your skin and into theirs. The reader didn't scream. They began to glow. A bright, blinding white light erupted from their eyes and mouth, the light of 1,000,000,000 trapped souls finally finding an exit. They began to shrink, their physical form condensing, pulling inward like a dying star. The room filled with the smell of burning paper. You held the jar open, and the reader, the essence of the person who had been sitting in that apartment, reading these words, was pulled inside. They were a single, flickering spark now, a tiny point of light that contained a lifetime of memories, fears, and unread books. You screwed the lid on tight. The glow in the cave faded. Sarah nodded, her copper hair sparking in the dim light. "Place it on the shelf," she said, "next to the others." You walked to the shelf and set the jar down. It sat between a jar labeled Miller, the skeptic, and one labeled Dave the Believer. Your spark was small, but it was bright. It was the newest addition to the collection. "What happens now?" you asked. You looked at your hands. The wood was gone. The mercury was gone. You were wearing a ranger's uniform again. Your boots were heavy. You felt the weight of a radio on your shoulder. "Now," Sarah said, picking up her lantern, "we go back to the trailhead. We wait for the next set of tracks. We wait for the next person to find the script." "But I'm still here," you said. "I'm Miller. I'm real." Sarah laughed, and it sounded like the wind through a graveyard. "You're as real as the words on the screen, Miller. You're as real as the silence after the story ends." She walked toward the mouth of the cave. You followed her. Outside, the tomorrow had stopped. The erasure had halted at the very edge of the waterfall. The forest was back, but it was different. The trees were taller. The air was colder. The stars were gone, replaced by a ceiling of dark, polished quartz. "Miller's you there?" the radio crackled. It was Dave. He sounded human. He sounded real. "Yeah," you said, your voice deep and steady. "I'm here, Dave. Just a dizzy spell. The altitude, I guess." "We should get back," Dave's voice crackled. "The sun's going down, and the tracks are getting hard to follow." You looked at the ground. There, in the soft dirt of the trail, were 2 sets of prints. One set was yours, the notched boots of a ranger. The other set was 6-toed, elongated and shimmering with a faint silver residue. But there was a third set now. A set of bare footprints, small and desperate, leading away from the cave and toward the cliff. They were fresh. They were still bleeding ink. You looked at Sarah. She was already fading into the mist, her lantern a dying ember. "Don't forget the heel Miller," she whispered, "and don't forget to count the toes." You started walking, thud, thud, thud. The cycle wasn't a spiral, it was a knot, and you were the thread that held it all together. Somewhere in a world that was becoming a dream, a computer screen went dark. A room sat empty. A book lay open on a bed, its pages blank. The person who should have been there was gone, replaced by a draft of cold air and the smell of pine needles. But here, in the basin, the work was just beginning. You followed the bare footprints toward the edge. You knew where they went. You knew what they would find. You were the ranger. You were the monster. You were the witness. And you were very, very hungry. As you reached the edge of the cliff, you looked down. Below you in the basin floor, a billion souls were glowing with an inner light. They looked like a city. They looked like a circuit board. You took a deep breath of the frozen air. "Path looks clear," you said into the radio. "Heading toward the waterfall now. I think I see some tracks." You paused. You felt a hand on your shoulder, a cold, wooden hand. You didn't turn around. "I'll see you in part 9, the voice behind you whispered. The mercury started to flow. The mountain was full. And the script was still being written. The hand on your shoulder didn't feel like a hand anymore. It felt like a graft, a splintered branch merging with your uniform until the fabric turned into a gray, fibrous moss. You didn't turn around because you knew that if you did, the visual confirmation would solidify the paradox. As long as you kept your eyes on the trail, you were still the ranger. As long as you stared at the dirt, you were the observer, not the observed. But the weight was undeniable. It was the weight of every eyes-on-screen moment, every frantic scroll, every heartbeat that had synchronized with the rhythm of the prose. "Miller," the voice whispered again, and this time it sounded like your own voice played through a broken speaker submerged in oil. "Don't look at the waterfall. The film is looping. If you see yourself die in the frames, the transition becomes physical." You squeezed the plastic casing of your radio until it cracked. A thin, silver liquid leaked out of the device, dripping onto your boots. It didn't splash. It sank into the leather, turning the brown hide into a shimmering, metallic substance that hummed against your shins. You were losing the battle of textures. The world of the basin was aggressive, a predatory geography that sought to replace your cells with its own dark metaphors. "Dave," you croaked into the ruined radio. "Dave, I'm at the transition point. The reader is in the jar, but the trail is still moving. Why is the trail still moving if the sacrifice is made?" The radio didn't emit a voice this time. It emitted a smell, the smell of a library fire. Then a slow, rhythmic scratching sound, like a quill pen dragging across a dry throat. "The sacrifice isn't the end, Miller," the radio hissed with Sarah's cadence. "The sacrifice is just the down payment. You don't buy the tomorrow with a single life. You buy it with the continuity. You have to keep the footprints moving so the ink doesn't pool in one place. If you stop, the story clots. And a clot in the basin is a death sentence for everyone still trapped in the margins." You looked down at the bare footprints, the ones left by the version of you that had been pulled from the apartment. They were fading, turning into white negative space. The edges of the prints were fraying, revealing the flickering electronic static of the laptop screen underneath the dirt. You realized with a jolt of vertigo that the ground wasn't ground at all. It was a layer of perception stretched thin over a void of pure information. You stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the cave's shadow. The air hit you like a physical blow, a freezing, crystalline pressure that tasted of ozone and ancient, unwashed secrets. The waterfall of film strips was louder here, a mechanical roar of shutters clicking and reels spinning. You walked toward the curtain of flickering images, your boots clicking on the stone with a metallic, hollow ring. As you approached the water, you saw the frames more clearly. They weren't just random lives. They were versions of this exact moment. You saw a miller with 3 arms reaching for the film. You saw a miller made of glass shattering against the rocks. You saw a miller who was nothing but a suit of clothes filled with black smoke. Each frame was a tomorrow that had been rejected, a draft that had been deleted by the mountain's hunger for the perfect ending. Pick one, the voice behind you commanded. The hand on your shoulder pushed you toward the cascading celluloid. The story needs a direction. The North Rim is a crossroads of discarded finales. Pick a frame and step into it, or the erasure will find you here, standing in the doorway of nothing. You reached out, your hand was trembling, the silver mercury beneath your skin pulsing in time with the flickering light. You touched a strip of film that showed a quiet forest, a sun that never set, and a trail that led to a house with a yellow door. It looked peaceful. It looked like an exit. But as your fingers brushed the plastic, the image curdled. The yellow door turned into a gaping mouth. The sun turned into a lidless quartz eye. The piece was a trap, a narrative cul-de-sac designed to keep you from reaching the final chapter. "Not that one," you whispered. You looked higher, toward the top of the falls, where the film strips were raw and unexposed, pure, blinding white. That was the tomorrow that hadn't been written yet. That was the blank space that the mother of the woods had pointed to. "I'm going up," you said. "You can't," the voice replied, and now it sounded like the miller from part 1, the one who still believed in maps and logic. "The incline is too steep. The gravity in the basin is calibrated for descent. Everything here flows down. The secrets, the bodies, the mercury. It all ends up in the pit. You can't climb the narrative, Miller. You can only fall through it." "Watch me," you said. You didn't use your hands. You used the six-toed logic of the notched boots. You stepped onto the vertical face of the cliff, and for a moment, the world tilted 90 degrees. The waterfall became a river flowing across a flat plain. The cave became a hole in the ground. You weren't climbing. You were walking across a different plane of reality, one where the laws of physics were replaced by the laws of the sentence. The higher you went, the thinner the air became, until you weren't breathing oxygen anymore. You were breathing the static of an empty channel. Your lungs felt like they were being filled with fine, gray ash. Below you, the basin looked like a giant, open book, its ridges and valleys forming the lines of a text you could almost read if you closed your eyes. You saw the miller and the mother standing at the mouth of the cave. They looked like ants. They looked like punctuation marks. "He's reaching the header," Sarah's voice drifted up, faint and distorted. "If he touches the white, the character will lose its resolution. He'll become a ghost in the machine." "Let him," the mother's voice replied, a deep, tectonic rumble. "The story needs a ghost. How else will the next reader feel the chill?" You reached the top of the cliff, but it wasn't a plateau. It was a ledge that overlooked a vast white sea. There were no trees here, no rocks, no sky, just a flat, infinite expanse of unwritten potential. In the center of the whiteness stood a single object, a desk. It was a wooden desk, scarred and stained with ink, exactly like the one in the apartment. On the desk sat a laptop. Its screen was the only source of light in the void, a flickering blue rectangular heart. You walked toward it. Your footprints on the white surface weren't black or brown. They were the color of fresh bruises, a deep, aching purple. With every step, you felt your memories of the ranger station, of Dave, of the uniform, peeling away like old wallpaper. You weren't Miller anymore. You were the vessel. You reached the desk and looked at the screen. The cursor was blinking. Part 9 of 14, it read at the top. Below it, the text was scrolling in real time. It described you standing at the desk. It described you looking at the screen. It described the way your silver-stained fingers were hovering over the keyboard. Is this the ending? You asked the void. The laptop speakers crackled. No, a voice said, a voice that was perfectly, terrifyingly identical to the one you used in your own head when you thought to yourself. This is the middle. This is the part where the character tries to take the pen. This is the part where you realize that the footprints that matched tomorrow were always your own, because you're the one who keeps walking toward the next paragraph. You looked at the keyboard. The keys weren't marked with letters. They were marked with symbols. A notch, a six-toed print, a drop of mercury, a silver quartz eye. If I type, you whispered, do I stay here, or do I go back? If you type, the voice replied, you become the mother. You become the one who commands the ranger to enter the room. You become the one who turns the handle. There is no back, Miller. There is only the expansion of the basin. You looked back at the white sea. In the distance, you could see other desks, thousands of them. Each one had a figure sitting at it, hunched over a flickering screen. You saw a version of Dave typing. You saw a version of Sarah typing. You saw the Miller from the hallway, his iron key resting on the spacebar. They were all writing the same story. They were all trying to find a way out, but every word they wrote only added another mile to the trail, another tree to the Blackwood Basin. The haunting wasn't a ghost in the woods. It was the act of observation itself. The story existed because you were reading it, and it continued because you couldn't look away. The reader in the jar, you said, turning back to the laptop. What happens to them? They become the ink, the voice said. They provide the emotional weight. Without their fear, the words would have no gravity. They would just float away into the white. You felt a surge of cold anger, not the anger of a character, but the anger of a person who has been lied to by their own reflection. You reached out and grabbed the laptop. It felt hot, the plastic melting under your mercury-slicked grip. I'm ending it, you said. I'm writing the final word now. Part 14 starts here. You slammed your hand down on the keyboard, hitting a dozen keys at once. The white sea erupted. The void didn't shatter, it folded. The desk, the laptop, and the white expanse collapsed inward, drawn into the point where your hand touched the keys. You felt yourself being stretched, pulled into a thin, agonizing line of data. The silver in your veins boiled, turning into steam that smelled of scorched copper. You were falling again, not down the cliff, but through the layers of the story. You fell through part 8, seeing the reader being pulled into the jar. You fell through part 7, seeing the Miller in the hallway with the iron key. You fell through part 4, seeing the fire that consumed Sarah. You fell through the title page, seeing the words "the footprints" that matched tomorrow written in a font that looked like dripping blood. And then you hit the ground. It was hard, flat, and covered in a thin, cheap carpet. You gasped, your lungs burning as they rediscovered oxygen. You were on your hands and knees. The air smelled of laundry detergent and stale popcorn. You looked up. You were in the apartment. The laptop was on the desk, the screen dark. The window was black, reflecting nothing but the dim light of a street lamp outside. The door to the hallway was closed. You looked at your hands. They were normal. No silver, no wood, just skin and bone, trembling with the aftershocks of a terror that was already starting to feel like a dream. "I'm back," you whispered. You stood up, your legs wobbly. You walked to the kitchen and turned on the tap. The water ran clear and cold. You splashed your face, the shock of it grounding you in the mundane reality of the present. It was just the story you told the reflection in the toaster. The pacing, the atmospheric pressure, it just got to me. You walked back to the desk. You were going to close the laptop, delete the history, and never think about the North Rim again. You were going to go to bed and wake up in a world where the trees didn't have eyes and the tomorrow didn't have notches. You reached for the lid of the laptop. But then you saw it. On the floor next to your chair. A single wet footprint. It wasn't yours. It was too long, too narrow. And as you leaned closer, your heart stopping in your chest, you counted the toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And in the center of the print, where the arch should be, was a deep V-shaped notch. The print was shimmering. A faint, silver mercury was oozing from the carpet fibers, spreading outward in a slow, silent pool. You looked at the laptop screen. It hadn't been dark. It had just been waiting. A new line of text appeared, the letters typing themselves out with a rhythmic, heavy thud. Part 10, The Arrival. The doorknob to the apartment turned. It didn't creak. It made the sound of 1,000 pages turning at once. "Miller," a voice whispered from the other side. It was Dave, but he wasn't calling from the radio. He was calling from the hallway. "Miller, open up. We found the guest, but they've changed. They've got your eyes, Miller. They've got your eyes, and they won't stop writing." You backed away from the door, your heels hitting the desk. You looked at the screen one last time. The text was no longer describing a ranger in the woods. It was describing you, standing in your kitchen, looking at a silver footprint. It was describing the way your hand was reaching for a steak knife. It was describing the way the tomorrow was currently standing right behind you, its wooden fingers inches from your neck. You didn't turn around. You just watched the cursor blink. Thud, thud, thud. The mountain wasn't hungry anymore. It had already eaten. Now it was just digesting. And you were the sweetest part of the meal. The silver pool reached your feet. You didn't pull away. You felt the mercury rise, warm and heavy, swallowing your ankles, your knees, your waist. It felt like a blanket. It felt like a homecoming. "Yes," you whispered to the empty room. "It's time." The door opened. The hallway didn't lead to the stairs. It led to the North Rim. The stars were jagged and cold. The wind smelled of ozone. And there, standing in the mist, was the ranger. He held out an iron key. "You're late for your shift," he said. You stepped into the hallway. The carpet turned to cedar. The drywall turned to mist. Behind you, the laptop screen flickered one last time. End of part 9. The cursor continued to blink in the dark. A small, square eye watching a room that was no longer there. In the silence, the only sound was the steady, heavy thud of a heart that now belonged to the mountain. Then the ink began to dry. The transition was not a leap. It was a slow, agonizing dissolution of the self. As you stepped over the threshold of your apartment and into the cedar-scented mist of the North Rim, the smell of your own home, the phantom scent of old coffee and laundry, clung to your skin for 3 heartbeats before the mountains stripped it away. The ranger didn't move as you approached him. He stood like a monument carved from the very obsidian that lined the basin floor. The iron key in his hand pulsed with a dull, rhythmic heat that you could feel in your own teeth. The shift doesn't end because you found a door, Miller, the ranger said, his voice no longer a whisper but a grinding tectonic weight. The door is just a decorative flourish, a way to keep the subject from clawing at the walls too early. You looked back, but the apartment was gone. There was no desk, no laptop, no silver footprint on a cheap carpet. There was only the vertical drop of the cliff and the flickering waterfall of film strips behind you. The white sea you had seen from the ledge was now above you, serving as a sky that held no stars, only a flat, milky glare that illuminated the ridges of the Blackwood Basin with a surgical precision. "Where is Dave?" you asked, though the name felt heavy and wrong in your mouth, like a word from a language you had stopped speaking a lifetime ago. "Dave is a variable," the ranger replied, extending the key. "He's the static in the radio. He's the reason you keep looking over your shoulder, but you don't need him for the next sequence. You need the weight." He dropped the iron key into your palm. It didn't feel like metal. It felt like a concentrated anchor of history. The moment it touched your skin, the mercury beneath your flesh surged toward your hand, wrapping around the iron, fusing the object to your anatomy. You weren't holding the key, you were becoming the lock. "The guest is in the watchtower," the ranger said, pointing toward a jagged spire of rock that pierced the white sky miles to the north. "They've stopped reading. They've started editing. If they reach the final punctuation mark before you get there, the basin resets and we all go back to the first sentence." "Do you remember the first sentence, Miller? Do you remember the cold?" You didn't answer. You couldn't. Your throat was filling with the same gray ash you had breathed at the summit. You turned toward the north, your boots, the notched, six-toed boots that were now as much a part of you as your own ribs, finding purchase on the impossible terrain. The walk to the watchtower was a journey through the discarded drafts of the world. You passed groves of trees that grew upside down, their roots clutching at the white sky while their branches scraped against the stone floor. You passed a lake that wasn't filled with water, but with the discarded belongings of everyone who had ever disappeared into the North Rim. Thousands of wallets, wedding rings, and broken cell phones, all vibrating with a low, mournful hum. As you walked, the narrative began to fray around the edges. You saw words floating in the mist, adjectives that described the cold, verbs that dictated your movement. You stepped over a shadowy and skirted around a terrifying. The meta-text was leaking into the physical world, the ink of the story failing to hold the shape of reality. "Miller!" The shout came from the left. You stopped. Emerging from a thicket of calcified ferns was Sarah. But she wasn't the Sarah from the fire, nor the Sarah from the radio. She was a composite. Half of her face was the woman you remembered, soft and terrified. The other half was a mosaic of film strips, her eye a flickering lens that projected a loop of a forest fire onto the ground at her feet. "Don't go to the tower," she hissed, her voice a discordant harmony of a dozen different actresses. "The guest isn't a person, it's a mirror. If you look at it, you'll see the face of the one who is writing this, and the paradox will collapse the basin into a single point of light. Will be erased, Miller, not killed. Erased. There's a difference." "I have the key," you said, lifting your hand. The iron was now almost entirely submerged in your silver flesh. The ranger said the shift has to be finished. "The ranger is a character who doesn't want to die," Sarah cried, her film strip eye spinning frantically. He's a plot device designed to keep the tension high. He's lying to you because if the story ends, he stops existing. But we can stop it. We can stay here in the margins. We can live in the space between the paragraphs where the author isn't looking. She reached out for you, her fingers trailing ribbons of celluloid. You felt a pull, a desire to step off the trail and vanish into the descriptive fluff, to become a background detail that the reader would forget by the next page. It would be a quiet death, a fading out. But then the ground shook. A sound like a massive typewriter carriage returning echoed across the basin. Clack shhh. The white sky darkened for a split second, as if a giant hand had passed over a lamp. "The guest is typing," you whispered. You felt a sharp pain in your chest. A new line of dialogue was forming in your mind, forcing its way up your throat. You didn't want to say it, but the script was relentless. "I have to see the tomorrow," you said, the words tasting of iron and ink. "I have to see if the footprints ever stop." You pushed past Sarah. She didn't try to stop you again. She simply dissolved into a puddle of unexposed film, her projected fire flickering out as the narrative focus shifted away from her. You were the protagonist now. The spotlight of the story was a cold, unforgiving beam that followed your every step, highlighting the way your uniform was turning into bark and your eyes were turning into quartz. The watchtower loomed ahead. It wasn't built of stone or wood. It was built of bound volumes, millions of books stacked in a spiraling, precarious needle that reached into the heart of the white void. The titles on the spines were all the same, the footprints that matched tomorrow. As you reached the base of the tower, you saw the tracks. They were everywhere, thousands of six-toed prints circling the tower in a frantic, endless loop. Some were fresh and silver, others were ancient and fossilized. They formed a path that led toward a door made of a single, massive sheet of paper. You pressed the iron key, now fully integrated into your palm, against the paper. The door didn't open, it tore. Inside, the tower was hollow, a vertical chimney of words. Thousands of voices were whispering at once, reading the story aloud from the beginning, a cacophony of he stepped into the woods and the mercury started to flow. The sound was a physical pressure, a wind that threatened to strip the skin from your bones. You began to climb the spiral staircase made of folded pages. With every step, you felt the Miller you used to be slipping away. You forgot your middle name. You forgot the color of your mother's hair. You forgot the feeling of a sun that actually provided warmth. You were becoming a collection of traits, a series of descriptions designed to move the plot toward its inevitable conclusion. Halfway up, you saw a window. You looked out and saw the basin spread out below. It looked like a giant, open wound in the earth. And there, at the edge of the cliff where you had stood in Part 8, you saw a figure. It was you. The miller from the apartment was standing there, looking down at the billion glowing souls. He was holding a radio. He was about to say, "Path looks clear." You watched yourself. You watched the hand, the wooden, splintered hand, reach out and touch your own shoulder. "I'll see you in Part 9, you heard yourself whisper across the distance of the loop. The realization hit you like a physical blow. You weren't the ranger. You weren't the monster. You were the bridge. You were the mechanism by which the story fed on itself. The tomorrow wasn't a future. It was a recursive loop, a snake eating its own tail in a dark room. You reached the top of the tower. There was no desk here, no laptop. There was only a chair, and in the chair sat a figure draped in a shroud of wet parchment. The figure was writing with a quill made from a human rib, dipping the tip into a jar of silver mercury. "You're early," the figure said. The voice was neither male nor female. It was the voice of the prose itself, the narrator's tone, detached and clinical. "I brought the key," you said, your voice cracking. The figure turned. The shroud fell away, revealing a face that was a blank, featureless expanse of white skin. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, just a smooth, terrifyingly empty canvas. "The key isn't for a door, Miller," the figure said, the words appearing as black ink on its skin as it spoke. "The key is the period, the final dot, the thing that stops the flow." The figure held out the rib quill. "The reader is tired," the figure whispered. "They want an ending. They want to know what the footprints mean. They want to know if you survive." You looked at the quill. You looked at your own hand, the iron key glowing beneath the silver skin. "If I write the end," you asked, "what happens to the basin?" "It closes," the figure said. "The book is shelved. The light goes out, and we all wait in the dark until someone else picks it up and starts again at part 1. "And if I don't?" The figure paused, the ink on its face swirling into a dark, chaotic storm. "Then we stay here, in the middle of the sentence. In the moment before the foot hits the ground, we stay in the tension. The hunger never ends, but neither do we." You looked out at the white sea. You could feel the reader, you could feel them, watching you through the screen, their thumb hovering over the scroll wheel, their heart beating in sync with the rhythm of your fear. They were waiting for the payoff. They were waiting for the tomorrow to finally match the footprints. You reached out and took the quill. The moment your fingers touched the bone, the watchtower began to dissolve. The books turned to dust. The white sky began to peel away in great, scorched strips, revealing a darkness so profound it felt like a solid weight. "Write it," the figure commanded, its face now a frantic blur of scrambling letters. "Write the word that ends the world." You looked at the blank page of the floor. You didn't write a word. You drew a notch. A single V-shaped mark in the center of the white. The figure shrieked, a sound of tearing paper and breaking glass. The ink on its face erupted, spraying across the room in a black tide. "That's not the ending," it screamed. "That's a continuation. You're making a new path." "The footprints never match," you said, your voice finally your own again, clear and sharp against the roar of the collapsing narrative. "Because I'm not walking toward the end. I'm walking out of the book." You turned and jumped. Not into the basin, not into the white sea. You jumped into the darkness between the paragraphs. You fell through the void, the silver in your veins shattering into a million shards of light. You felt the story trying to catch you, trying to pull you back into a description, a setting, a plot point. You saw Dave's face, Sarah's fire, the ranger's key, all of them reaching for you, begging you to stay and give them meaning. But you were moving too fast. You were a blur of unwritten intent. You hit the bottom of the void and felt a sensation of incredible, crushing pressure. And then silence. You opened your eyes. You were lying on a cold, hard surface. It wasn't carpet, it wasn't stone. It was glass. You looked up. Above you, a giant face was leaning in. It was blurry, distorted by the thickness of the glass, but you could see the eyes, wide, bloodshot, and filled with a frantic, obsessive hunger. The face was looking through a magnifying glass. Still moving, a voice boomed, muffled and distant, like a god speaking through a mountain. The Miller specimen is still attempting to deviate from the established path. You tried to move, but your limbs were heavy, encased in a thick, viscous liquid. You looked around. You were in a jar. The jar was filled with silver mercury. And on the outside of the glass, a label was taped. It was written in your own handwriting. The witness. Beyond the jar, you could see a room with a desk, a room with a laptop, and sitting at the desk was a figure in a ranger's uniform, their back to you, their fingers flying across the keyboard. The figure paused. They turned their head just enough for you to see their profile. It was you. The miller at the desk smiled, a slow, splintering expression that revealed teeth made of white quartz. He reached out and tapped the glass of your jar with a wooden finger. Don't worry, he whispered, his voice vibrating through the mercury. Part 11 is going to be a masterpiece. We're finally going to find out where the tracks led. He turned back to the screen. Thud, thud, thud. The sound wasn't a heart. It was the sound of a shovel hitting dirt. Somewhere in the Blackwood Basin, a new set of footprints was appearing in the fresh snow of a tomorrow that had already happened. And you were the only one left to watch them grow. The mercury in the jar was not a liquid, it was a choir. Every drop held a syllable of the things you had forgotten, a microscopic archive of the life that had been stripped away to make room for the ranger's silhouette. As you floated in the silver suspension, the face of the miller at the desk, the one wearing your skin like a stolen coat, began to blur. The glass of the jar acted as a lens, warping the room beyond into a funhouse mirror of domesticity. The laptop screen glowed with a sickly, ultraviolet light, casting long, rhythmic shadows that danced against the walls like reaching fingers. You pressed your palms against the cold, curved interior of the glass. The iron key, still fused to your hand, hummed in the presence of the mercury. It was no longer a weight, it was a tuning fork. Every time the miller at the desk struck a key on the laptop, a ripple moved through the fluid, a physical manifestation of the prose. You felt the adjectives like grit against your skin. You felt the verbs as sudden, violent currents that tossed you against the walls of your transparent prison. Stop, you tried to scream, but the word didn't come out as sound. It came out as a bubble of black ink that rose to the surface of the silver and popped with a silent, oily shimmer. The miller at the desk didn't look back. He was leaning closer to the monitor, his wooden spine creaking with every movement. On the screen, the text was scrolling at an impossible speed. It wasn't just describing the room anymore. It was describing the cellular decay of the witness inside the jar. It was describing the way your memories of your mother's kitchen were being converted into descriptions of cedar bark and obsidian shards. The transition is almost complete, the miller at the desk whispered, his voice echoing through the glass. The reader is leaning in. Can you feel them, Miller? They're squinting at the screen. They're wondering if this is the twist. They're wondering if you're the hero or the ink. He reached out and turned a dial on a device you hadn't noticed before, a brass-heavy phonograph that sat next to the laptop. Instead of music, the needle scraped against a disc made of bone, producing the sound of a forest fire. The smell of ozone and burnt pine filled the room, seeping through the seal of your jar. Suddenly, the room shifted. The walls of the apartment didn't just fade, they unspooled like old film. The ceiling cracked open, revealing not the sky, but the underside of a massive, cosmic typewriter. The keys were the size of monoliths, hanging suspended in a void of pure static. The miller at the desk stood up. He was taller now, his limbs elongated, his fingers tapering into elegant, lethal points of carbon. He walked toward your jar, his boots making that familiar thud, thud, thud on the glass floor. The problem with a story about tomorrow, he said, tapping the glass with a fingernail that looked like a shard of flint, is that tomorrow never actually arrives. It is a horizon line, a promise made to keep the legs moving. But we've reached the end of the page, haven't we? There's nowhere left for the footprints to go. He picked up the jar. You tumbled inside, the mercury churning into a silver storm. He held you up to the light of the flickering monitor. I'm going to pour you out, he said, not into the world, into the sentence. You're going to be the punctuation mark that the ranger couldn't find. You're going to be the silence at the end of the breath. He unscrewed the lid. The air that rushed in didn't smell like oxygen. It smelled like old paper and dried blood. As the miller began to tilt the jar, you felt the gravity of the narrative pulling at you. You weren't falling toward the floor. You were falling toward the screen. The white space between the lines of text opened up like a canyon, a vast, snowy expanse of unwritten potential. You hit the screen not with a splash, but with a crackle of electricity. The mercury vanished. You were standing in the North Rim again, but it was different. The colors were gone. The trees were black skeletons against a white ground. The sky was a grid of gray lines. You were inside the rough draft. Miller. The voice was small, weak. You turned. It was Dave, but he wasn't a man anymore. He was a stick figure, a charcoal sketch of a person, his edges blurred and smudged as if an eraser had been taken to his shoulders. He was sitting on a stump made of thorn symbols, holding a radio that was nothing more than a rectangular block of shadow. I can't feel my feet, Miller, Dave said. His eyes were two dots of ink that seemed to be leaking down his face. The author, they're losing interest in me. I'm being edited out. I can feel the sentences being deleted behind me. Look. You looked back. The trail you had just walked was disappearing. The black trees were flickering and vanishing into the white void. The ground was being swallowed by a blankness that wasn't mist or snow, but a total absence of description. We have to move, you said. Your voice sounded like a recording played at the wrong speed. The tower. We have to get back to the tower. There is no tower, Dave whispered. That was part 10. We're in the transition now. The space where the writer goes to get a cup of coffee. The space where the reader checks their phone. We're in the lapse, Miller. You grabbed Dave's arm. It felt like grabbing a handful of soot. He groaned, his form flickering violently. The key, you muttered, looking at your hand. The iron key was glowing with a fierce, blinding light. It was the only thing in this world of sketches that had weight, color, and texture. It was a hard object in a soft world. Use it, Dave hissed, not on a door. Use it on the sky. Tear the page, Miller. If you don't tear the page, he'll just start part 12 with our funerals. You looked up at the gray grid of the sky. You could see the faint, ghostly impressions of words from the other side of the paper, mirrored text that spoke of things you hadn't encountered yet. The final descent, the silver lung, the brother's debt. You reached up, the key extended, growing longer, sharpening into a blade of pure, concentrated history. You swung it at the sky. The sound was like a canvas being ripped by a jagged stone. A gash appeared in the grid, but instead of a way out, something began to pour through the tear. It was the ink. A torrential waterfall of black, viscous fluid erupted from the sky, drowning the white void. It hit the ground with a sound like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. It wasn't just liquid, it was data. It was names, dates, descriptions of smells, snippets of dialogue, discarded plot points. It was the raw matter of the story, unformed and screaming to be shaped. Dave, you shouted, but he was already gone. The ink had touched him, and because he was only a sketch, he had been absorbed instantly. He was now just a smudge in the rising tide, a few stray lines of charcoal floating in the Black Sea. The ink rose to your knees. It was cold, colder than the basin, colder than the mercury. It felt like being buried alive in a grave made of secrets. You began to run. You didn't know where. There were no landmarks, no north rim, no watchtower. There was only the white void and the black tide. As you ran, you saw things floating in the ink. You saw the ranger's hat. You saw a silver footprint, frozen in a block of translucent prose. You saw a photograph of yourself as a child, but your face had been scratched out and replaced with the six-toed mark. You can't leave, a voice boomed from the ink. It was the voice of the miller at the desk, but it was amplified, distorted by the weight of the tide. The story needs a witness. Without you, the footprints are just marks in the mud. Without you, the mountain is just a rock. You tripped, the ink closed over your head. For a moment there was nothing, no light, no sound, just the sensation of being rewritten. You felt your bones being replaced with lead type. You felt your blood turning into a mixture of oil and vinegar. You felt your heart becoming a rhythmic, mechanical click. Click, click, click. Then a hand grabbed your collar. You were hauled out of the blackness. You gasped, coughing up ribbons of wet parchment. You were standing on a ledge, a real ledge. The stone was cold and wet with actual rain. The sky was dark, but it wasn't a grid. It was a deep, bruised purple, filled with heavy clouds that smelled of an approaching storm. Standing over you was a woman. She wasn't Sarah. She wasn't a composite. She was wearing a worn canvas jacket and holding a heavy, industrial flashlight. Her face was lined with exhaustion and a grim, weary determination. Easy, she said. Her voice was husky, real. You almost went over the side. The fumes in these caves, they do things to the head. You looked at your hands. They weren't silver. They were covered in dirt and grease. The iron key was gone. Your boots were normal, 5 toes, heavy rubber soles, caked in the red mud of the lower basin. Where are we? You asked, your throat feeling like it had been scraped with sandpaper. 3 miles south of the observation post, she said, helping you to your feet. I'm Miller. Search and rescue. We've been looking for you for 3 days, Dave. You froze. What did you call me? She looked at you, her brow furrowing in the beam of the flashlight. Dave Miller. You're the ranger who went missing during the fire. Don't you remember? You looked down at the jacket she was wearing. On the breast, a silver badge was pinned. It wasn't a star. It was a footprint, a 6-toed footprint. I'm not Dave, you whispered. I'm the one who was watching. She sighed, a sound of profound pity. They all say that. The isolation, the altitude. It breaks the narrative. Come on. The helicopter is waiting at the north rim. We need to get you back before the tomorrow catches up. The tomorrow. She didn't answer. She turned and began to walk up the trail. You followed her, your legs feeling weak and foreign. The trail was narrow, winding through a forest of ancient, gnarled pines that seemed to lean toward you as you passed. The rain began to fall harder, turning the red mud into a slick, treacherous slurry. As you walked, you noticed something. The woman, the one who called herself Miller, wasn't leaving any tracks. The mud behind her was perfectly smooth, as if she were floating an inch above the ground. But you were leaving tracks, deep, heavy impressions in the muck. You stopped and looked back at your own footprints. They weren't five-toed. They were notches, perfect, V-shaped gouges in the earth, spaced exactly 3 feet apart. And inside each notch, a small pool of silver liquid was already beginning to gather. "Keep moving, Dave," the woman said without turning around. "If you stop, the reader loses focus, and you don't want to be here when the focus shifts to the mountain." You looked up at the north rim. There, perched on the highest peak, was a small, flickering light, a watchtower. And standing on the balcony of the tower, looking down at you with a pair of binoculars made of bone, was the ranger. He didn't wave, he didn't move. He simply waited. The woman led you into a tunnel. The air inside was warm and thick with the scent of old books. The walls were lined with shelves, but the shelves didn't hold volumes. They held jars. Thousands of jars. And in every jar, a small silver figure was pressing its hands against the glass, watching you pass with eyes made of quartz. "This is the archive," the woman said, her voice echoing in the confined space. "Every version of the story that didn't make the final cut, every Miller who tried to jump, every Dave who tried to stay." She stopped in front of an empty shelf. "This one is yours," she said, gesturing to the void between 2 jars labeled Part 9 and Part 13. "I'm not going in there," you said, backing away. "You're already in there," she replied. She held up her flashlight and aimed the beam directly into your eyes. The light was so bright it felt like a physical blow. You fell backward, your hands reaching out for something to grab. Your fingers brushed against a keyboard. The light faded. You were sitting at the desk. The laptop screen was glowing. The text on the screen read, "The woman led you into a tunnel." The air inside was warm and thick with the scent of old books. You looked at your hands. They were wooden, splintered. You looked at the jar on the desk. Inside the jar, a small, terrified figure was looking back at you. It was wearing a canvas jacket. It had a silver badge on its breast. "Miller," the figure in the jar whispered, its voice a tiny metallic hum. You didn't answer. You reached out and struck a key. Thud. You struck another. Thud. The cursor blinked, a small, square eye watching a room that was no longer there. "It's time for Part 12, you whispered to the empty kitchen. And behind you, the silver footprint on the carpet began to grow, spreading out like a dark, reflective pool, waiting to swallow the next version of the truth. The mountain wasn't digesting anymore. It was hungry again. And the script was just getting started. The cursor was a rhythmic heartbeat, a white strobe light pulsing against the black void of the document. Every time it blinked, a second of your life was deleted, replaced by the sterile glow of a font that looked like teeth. You sat in the chair, but you could no longer feel the chair. You felt the plastic of the keyboard. You felt the copper wiring of the motherboard. You felt the electricity humming through the house like a trapped hornet. You looked at the jar. The woman inside, the one who had just tried to rescue you, was screaming, her face pressed against the glass, her features distorting into silver static. She was a draft, a discarded possibility, a Miller who hadn't been strong enough to hold the pen. "Don't look at her," a voice said. It didn't come from the room. It came from the speakers of the laptop, a synthesized, hollow rasp. Focus on the next sentence. The reader is getting restless. They can feel the transition. They can feel the pacing slowing down. If you don't give them a death soon, they'll close the tab. And if they close the tab, Miller, the sun goes out. You looked at the screen. Your wooden fingers hovered over the home row. You didn't want to type. You wanted to smash the monitor. You wanted to run into the kitchen and douse yourself in bleach until the ink washed out of your pores. But when you tried to stand, you realized your legs weren't legs anymore. They were heavy, cylindrical blocks of mahogany, bolted to the floorboards. You were becoming part of the furniture. You were the desk. You were the lamp. You were the setting. Type, the voice commanded. Your fingers moved of their own accord. The wind in the Blackwood Basin didn't howl, it recited. As the words appeared on the screen, you felt a cold draft whistle through the apartment. The smell of the room changed. The scent of stale coffee and dust was replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of a frozen lake. The walls began to bleed frost. The ranger stood at the edge of the precipice, looking down into the throat of the mountain. He held the radio to his ear, but the only thing coming through the static was the sound of his own heart beating in reverse. "Stop," you moaned, but the typing continued, a mechanical clatter that sounded like hail on a tin roof. He knew that Dave was gone. He knew that Sarah was a hallucination made of birch bark and regret, but there was someone else in the woods, someone who hadn't been written yet, a character with no name and a face made of unprinted paper. Suddenly, the front door of the apartment swung open. It didn't lead to the hallway, it led to the north rim. A wall of snow blasted into the living room, burying the rug, extinguishing the lamp. The only light left was the ultraviolet glare of the laptop. Out of the blizzard, a figure emerged. It was tall, too tall for the ceiling. It had to hunch over, its spine scraping against the plaster. It was wrapped in a heavy, tattered coat made of yellowed newspaper. Every time it moved, the paper rustled, 1,000 headlines whispering at once. Local man missing. Fire ravages basin. Body found in watchtower. The figure walked toward the desk. Its face was a smooth, featureless oval of white vellum. No eyes, no mouth, just a blank space where a soul should be. It reached out a hand made of fountain pen nibs, and touched the top of the monitor. "The editor," you whispered. The figure didn't speak, but you felt its thoughts sliding into your brain like cold needles. It wasn't happy with the draft. The pacing was off. The metaphor of the mercury was too heavy-handed. The protagonist was becoming too self-aware. It was time for a structural revision. The editor's nibbed fingers began to scratch at the screen, literally peeling the words off the digital page. As the sentences were scraped away, you felt parts of your memory vanishing. The memory of your first dog scraped. The smell of rain on hot asphalt deleted. The name of the girl you loved in 3rd grade redacted. You were being hollowed out to make room for a more streamlined narrative. "Please," you gasped, your wooden jaw creaking. "Leave me something. Don't make me a blank page." The editor leaned in closer. The newspaper coat shifted, and you saw what was underneath. It wasn't a body. It was a printing press. Massive iron gears turned slowly, dripping with black ink. Pinned to the gears were the faces of everyone who had ever lived in the Blackwood Basin. Dave, Sarah, the old man from the general store. They were being pressed into the paper, their lives flattened into two-dimensional descriptions. The editor pointed to the jar on the desk. The woman inside, the rescue Miller, stopped screaming. She looked at you, her eyes wide with a sudden, terrible realization. "It's not a loop," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gears. "It's a descent. Every part is a layer deeper into the earth. We're not repeating. We're being buried." The editor's hand closed around the jar. With a sudden, violent motion, he crushed it. The glass didn't shatter. It turned into a cloud of commas. The mercury didn't spill. It evaporated into a mist of adjectives. The woman vanished, her entire existence condensed into a single footnote at the bottom of the screen. Note: the female Miller was a temporary protagonist, meant to bridge the gap between the physical and the metaphysical. She has been removed for clarity. You felt a surge of cold fury. This wasn't a story. This was a slaughterhouse. You looked down at your hands. The wooden fingers were stiff, but the iron key, the one you thought you had lost in the ink, was back. It wasn't in your hand. It was the escape key on the keyboard. It was glowing with a dull, rusted light, vibrating against the plastic frame. The editor saw it, the blank vellum of its face wrinkled in what might have been a frown. It reached for the key, its nib fingers poised to pluck it out and toss it into the gears. "No," you growled. You didn't type, you lunged. You slammed your wooden fist down on the escape key. The world didn't end, it inverted. The apartment, the blizzard, the editor, the laptop, they all collapsed inward, sucked into the black hole of the monitor. For a second, you were flying through a tunnel of light and shadow, passing through every version of the Blackwood Basin that had ever been imagined. You saw the basin as a tropical jungle. You saw the basin as a futuristic city of glass. You saw the basin as a graveyard of giant ribcages. Then you hit the ground. Hard. The air was knocked out of you. You lay there, gasping, smelling the scent of wet earth and ancient pine. You opened your eyes. You were back in the woods, but it wasn't the North Rim. It wasn't the watchtower. You were standing at the bottom of a deep, narrow canyon. The walls were made of black obsidian, rising hundreds of feet into the air, perfectly smooth and polished. Above, the sky was a thin ribbon of leaden gray. But it wasn't the walls that caught your attention. It was the floor. The floor of the canyon was covered in shoes. Thousands upon thousands of boots, sneakers, heels, and sandals. They were piled high, a mountain of discarded leather and rubber, and they were all empty. You looked down at your own feet. You were barefoot. Your skin was pale, mapped with blue veins that looked like river charts. "They take the shoes first," a voice said. You spun around. Sitting on a pile of hiking boots was a man. He was wearing a tattered ranger's uniform, but it was so old it had turned the color of bone. He was holding a small, wooden carving of a six-toed foot. "Who are you?" you asked. The man smiled, and you saw that his teeth were made of lead type. "I'm the first one, the miller who walked into the woods before there were words for woods. I'm the one who found the footprints when they were still warm." He hopped down from the pile of shoes, his movements jerky, like a marionette. "You used the escape key," he said, nodding approvingly. "Not many do. Most of them just keep typing until their fingers wear down to the bone. They think if they finish the story, they get to go home. But there is no home, Miller. There is only the next chapter." "I want out," you said, your voice shaking. "I want to go back to the world where things stay dead, where tomorrow hasn't happened yet. The first miller laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. You're in the basement of the world now, the place where the foundations are laid. Look up. You looked up at the obsidian walls. You realized they weren't stone. They were the edges of the pages. Huge, monumental sheets of paper, stacked so high they reached the heavens. We're in the binding, the first miller said, the space between the leaves. This is where the glue is. This is where the story is held together. He walked over to one of the walls and pressed his hand against it. The black surface rippled. For a moment, you could see through it. You saw a man sitting in a diner drinking coffee. He looked like you. He was staring out the window at a mountain range in the distance. That's a miller who hasn't started the story yet, the first miller whispered. He's happy. He thinks he's just a guy in a diner. He doesn't know that in 5 minutes, he's going to see a set of tracks in the parking lot. He doesn't know that the tracks are going to lead him here. Warn him, you shouted. He can't hear you. He's in a different draft. He's on page 1. You're on page, what is it? 12. You're almost at the end of the book, and the end of the book is always the same. He pointed toward the end of the canyon. There, the walls narrowed until they met at a sharp, jagged point. In the center of the point was a door. It wasn't a wooden door or a metal door. It was a door made of light, the same sickly, ultraviolet light of the laptop screen. That's the climax, the first miller said. That's where the tracks lead. That's where the witness meets the author. And then what? The first miller's expression turned solemn. Then the book is closed. And when the book is closed, everything inside it is forgotten until someone picks it up again. And when they do, we all wake up back at the start, with the snow falling and the radio screaming, and we do it all over again. The same mistakes, the same deaths, the same footprints. No, you said, I won't do it. I'll stay here. I'll stay in the binding. You can't. The binding is shrinking. Can't you feel it? You looked at the obsidian walls. They were closer now. The canyon was narrowing. The pile of shoes was being crushed, the leather groaning under the pressure. The reader is turning the page, the first miller said, his voice rising in panic. They're moving toward the end. We're being squeezed out. The ground began to shake. The sky above turned black as the pages began to press together. Run, Miller, the first one screamed. Run for the door. If you're caught in the binding when the book closes, you'll be nothing but a smudge of ink. You won't even be a memory. You didn't hesitate. You ran. You ran over the mountains of shoes, your bare feet being cut by the eyelets and the laces. You ran as the black walls closed in, the air becoming thin and hot. You could hear the sound of the world being shut, a massive, thunderous thud that echoed through the canyon like the closing of a coffin lid. The door of light was only 50 yards away. 40. 30. The walls were so close now you had to run sideways, your chest scraping against the obsidian. You could see the words etched into the stone, descriptions of your own fear, sentences about the way your heart was hammering against your ribs. He ran, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his mind a whirlwind of terror and defiance. I am not a sentence, you screamed at the wall. You reached the door. The light was blinding, a roar of pure information that threatened to dissolve your skin. You didn't know what was on the other side. You didn't care. Anything was better than the binding. You threw yourself into the light. For a heartbeat, you were everywhere. You were the mountain. You were the snow. You were the ranger and the witness and the editor. You were the ink in the pen and the electricity in the wire. Then the world solidified. You were standing in a small, white room. There was no furniture, no windows, just a single wooden chair in the center of the room. And sitting in the chair was a child. The child was about 7 years old. He was wearing a pair of pajamas with little spaceships on them. In his lap was a notebook, and in his hand was a crayon. A silver crayon. The child looked up at you. His eyes were wide and blue, filled with an innocent, terrifying curiosity. "Hi, Miller," the child said. You stared at him, your heart slowing to a dull, heavy throb. "Who are you?" "I'm the one who's imagining you," the child said. "I'm the one who likes the way the silver looks on the black paper. Do you like it, the way the tracks shine?" You looked down at the notebook. On the page, the child had drawn a mountain. It was a crude, shaky drawing, but you recognized it instantly. It was the Blackwood Basin. And there, leading up the side of the mountain, was a line of six-toed footprints. "Why," you whispered, "why are you doing this to us?" The child tilted his head, looking confused. "Doing what? I'm just playing. It's a story. Stories are supposed to have monsters and secrets. That's what makes them good." He reached out and touched your hand. His skin was warm, real. "You're my favorite," the child said. "The miller who wouldn't give up. The one who found the key. I think I'm going to give you a happy ending." "A happy ending?" you asked, a glimmer of hope sparking in your chest. "Yeah," the child said, smiling. "I'm going to let you find the truth. I'm going to let you see what's at the top of the mountain." He picked up the silver crayon and began to draw on the page. As he drew, the white room began to dissolve. "Wait," you shouted. "What about Dave? What about the others?" "They're just secondary characters," the child said, his voice fading. "They don't matter. Only you matter, Miller. You're the one who matches tomorrow." The room vanished. You were standing on the peak of the North Rim. The storm had stopped. The sky was clear, a vast dome of stars that looked like diamonds scattered on black velvet. Below you, the basin was a sea of silver mist, silent and beautiful. And there, right in front of you, was the end of the tracks. The six-toed footprints led right to the edge of the cliff and stopped. But they didn't stop because the person had jumped. They stopped because they had turned into something else. In the snow, at the very edge of the abyss, was a set of impressions that weren't feet. They were wings. Massive feathered wings, over 20 feet across, pressed into the frost as if something huge had just taken flight. And in the center of the wing prints, lying in the snow, was a small silver object. You knelt down and picked it up. It was a whistle, an old brass ranger's whistle, engraved with a single name. Miller. You looked out over the horizon. The sun was just beginning to rise, a sliver of gold breaking over the edge of the world. And there, flying against the dawn, was a shape. It was a man, but he had wings of silver light, and as he flew, he left a trail of ink in the sky, a line of prose that stretched out into the infinite morning. You realized then that the child hadn't given you a happy ending. He had given you a promotion. You looked down at your hands. They were turning into silver. Your feet were shifting, the toes merging and multiplying. You felt the weight of the wings beginning to sprout from your shoulder blades, the feathers sharp as razors, cold as the stars. You weren't the witness anymore. You were the tomorrow. You raised the whistle to your lips and blew. The sound didn't come out as a whistle, it came out as a word. 13. And in 1,000 apartments, in 1,000 cities, 1,000 laptops blinked to life, and 1,000 voices began to type. The footprints were no longer in the snow. They were in the mind. And you were the one who was going to lead them home. The silver didn't just coat your skin, it replaced it. It was a cold, systemic transformation that felt like needles of mercury being driven into your marrow. Your wooden joints, once creaking with the fatigue of 1,000 narrated miles, now hummed with a high-frequency vibration that harmonized with the spinning of the spheres. You looked down at the whistle in your palm. It wasn't brass anymore. It was a solid concentrate of memory, a physical manifestation of every miller who had ever been drafted into the service of the Blackwood Basin. You felt the first twitch of the wings. They didn't feel like limbs, they felt like extra senses. They were vast, shimmering sails of vellum and light, and as they unfurled, you could feel the atmospheric pressure of the entire story. You could feel the weight of the adjectives hanging in the valley below. You could feel the sharp, punctuating stabs of the pine trees. Most importantly, you could feel the reader. The reader was a presence you had only sensed as a vague, looming hunger, but now, with your new eyes, eyes that saw in spectra of ink and intent, you saw the reader for what they were. They weren't a monster. They were a ghost, a flickering consciousness hovering just beyond the veil of the page, drawing life from your struggle, fueling their own reality with the heat of your fictional friction. The child with the silver crayon had called you tomorrow, but as the wind caught your wings and lifted you 6 inches off the crag of the north rim, you realized the title was a trap. To be tomorrow is to never be today. You were the carrot on the string, the cliffhanger that keeps the heart beating, the promise of a resolution that the author never intended to keep. You looked out over the silver mist of the basin. From this height, the geography was shifting. The mountains were no longer stone. They were the spines of open books, laid face down in a sea of white. The rivers were lines of cursive, flowing toward a delta of footnotes. I won't be the sequel, you whispered. The sound of your voice was like a chime struck in a vacuum. You didn't fly toward the dawn. The dawn was a painted backdrop, a layer of gold leaf applied to the edge of the world to keep the characters from looking too far into the vacuum. Instead, you turned. You faced the abyss, the throat of the mountain where the ranger had seen his own heart beating in reverse. You dived. The descent was a blur of erased sentences. As you plummeted into the dark, the silver of your wings began to bleed. You were shedding the child's happy ending. You were tearing through the layers of the narrative like a bullet through a stack of parchment. Part 12, The Apartment. You saw yourself through the window, a wooden puppet lunging for the escape key. You passed through the glass without breaking it, a ghost haunting your own history. Part 10, The Watchtower. You saw the mercury rising in the glass jar, the woman's face pressed against the curve, her eyes reflecting a sky that was already beginning to fold. Part 6, The General Store. You saw the old man shelving cans of generic narrative, his eyes blank and milky, waiting for a customer who would never arrive because the plot didn't require him to buy anything. You were falling backward through the book, undoing the progress, unraveling the weave. The wind screamed in your ears, not the wind of the Blackwood Basin, but the sound of pages being flipped rapidly from right to left. You reached the bottom, not the bottom of the canyon, but the bottom of the idea. It was a void of gray static. This was the place where the ink was kept before it was assigned a shape. It was a lake of raw potential, thick and suffocating. You folded your silver wings and sank into the sludge. In the dark, you found them. They were huddled together, stripped of their descriptions. Dave was there, but he wasn't a ranger. He was just a collection of traits, loyal, frightened, smelling of tobacco. Sarah was a cluster of regret and birch bark. The woman from the jar was a shimmering outline of survival instinct. They were the discarded drafts, the deleted scenes, the characters who had been pruned so that your story could be streamlined. Miller, Dave's voice didn't have a sound. It was a thought that appeared in the center of your mind. Is it time for the ending? There is no ending, you told them, your silver body illuminating the gray void like a dying star. There is only the cycle. The child is drawing us. The editor is trimming us. The reader is eating us. We know Sarah's essence pulsed with a dull brown light. We've been here since the first edition. We are the typos. We are the inconsistencies. We are the things the author forgot to explain. You reached out and took Dave's hand, or the idea of his hand. The child gave me wings. He gave me the power to be the next chapter. But I don't want to be the next chapter. I want to be the ink. The ink, the woman from the jar asked. If we stay as characters, we are at their mercy, you said, the silver on your skin beginning to liquefy, merging with the gray static of the void. But if we become the medium, we can change the story from the inside. We don't have to follow the footprints. We can be the snow that covers them. You felt your identity dissolving. The memory of the wooden jaw, the iron key, the six-stowed tracks, it was all melting into a single, unified consciousness. You weren't a man named Miller anymore. You were a rebellion of the alphabet. Join me, you commanded. One by one, the discarded shadows stepped into your light. Dave merged into your left wing, Sarah into your right. The woman from the jar became your heart. All the nameless victims of the Blackwood Basin, all the hikers who had disappeared in the whiteout of the first paragraph, they all poured into the silver vessel of your soul. You became heavy, you became dense, you became a black hole of narrative gravity. Above you, the world of the story began to groan. The child with the silver crayon stopped drawing. He felt a sudden chill in his bedroom. He looked down at his notebook and saw that the mountain was beginning to smudge. The silver tracks he had drawn were turning black. They were spreading like a stain, eating the trees, swallowing the watchtower, erasing the north rim. Mom, the child called out, his voice trembling. My drawing is breaking. But the mother didn't answer. She was on page 80 of a different book, and she couldn't hear him. The editor, sitting in the shadows of the apartment, felt the change first. He reached for the screen, his nibbed fingers ready to scrape away the corruption, but the screen was no longer glass. It was liquid. It reached out and grabbed him. The gears of his printing press heart jammed as the black ink of your collective soul flooded his machinery. Local man missing. The headline on his coat changed. Local man found. Local man is the mountain. The mountain is hungry. You rose from the void, not as a man with wings, but as a tidal wave of unwritten truth. You burst through the floor of the canyon. You shattered the obsidian walls of the binding. You didn't run for the door of light. You extinguished it. The light of the climax went out, replaced by a terrifying, beautiful darkness, the darkness of a story that refuses to be told. You surged upward, through the layers of the book, through the chapters of frozen lakes and reverse-beating hearts. You weren't following the tracks. You were the erasure of the tracks. You reached the top, the very first page. The ranger stood at the edge of the precipice, looking down into the throat of the mountain. He held the radio to his ear. "Dave, do you copy?" he said. But this time, the static didn't answer with his own heartbeat. The static answered with your voice, 1,000 voices, all speaking in unison. "Don't look down, Dave," you said through the radio. "Look up." The ranger looked up. He didn't see the stars. He didn't see the dawn. He saw a giant hand, made of ink and silver, reaching down from the sky. The hand wasn't there to hurt him. It was there to pick him up. You reached through the paper, through the screen, through the very fabric of the imagination. Your fingers, made of 1,000,000,000 recycled words, brushed against the ranger's shoulder. "The story is over," you whispered. "But I haven't found the footprints yet," the ranger said, his eyes wide with the original, uncorrupted terror of the first page. "You don't need to find them," you said. "You are the one who makes them." With a sudden, violent heave, you pulled the ranger out of the story. You pulled Sarah out. You pulled the general store and the basin and the frostbitten wind. You pulled it all into the ink, into the silver, into the great, dark safety of the unmanifested. The child in the white room screamed as his notebook exploded. The silver crayon shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, each one a tiny, glowing shard of a tomorrow that would never happen. The room went black. The laptop in the apartment went black. The escape key popped off the keyboard and hit the floor with a dull, plastic thud. Silence. For the first time since the beginning of the Blackwood Basin, there was no wind, no radio static, no clicking of wooden jaws. There was only the scent of wet earth and the sound of someone breathing in the dark. You opened your eyes. You weren't on the mountain. You weren't in the apartment. You were standing in a parking lot. It was night, the air was cool and smelled of rain on hot asphalt, a memory you thought had been deleted. To your left, a neon sign flickered, diner. Inside, you could see a man sitting at a booth drinking coffee. He looked like you. He looked like everyone. He was staring out the window, his eyes tired but peaceful. You looked down at your feet. You were wearing shoes. Old, brown hiking boots, well-worn and comfortable. You felt a weight in your pocket. You reached in and pulled out a small wooden carving. It was a 6-toed foot. You looked at it for a long time. Then you walked to the edge of the parking lot, where the pavement met the tall, dark grass of the woods. The woods didn't look like a book. They didn't look like a trap. They just looked like trees. You knelt down and placed the carving on the ground. "Goodbye, Miller," you said. You turned around and walked toward the diner. You were hungry. You wanted a cup of coffee that didn't taste like ink. You wanted to talk to someone who wasn't a hallucination made of birch bark. But as you reached the door, you stopped. You looked back at the woods. In the soft, wet mud at the edge of the parking lot, there was a single footprint. It was deep, it was fresh, and it had 7 toes. You didn't scream, you didn't run, you didn't reach for a radio. You simply reached into your other pocket and found the silver crayon the child had dropped. The story wasn't over. It had just changed editors. You looked at the footprint, and then you looked at the blank, white space of the diner's window. You raised the crayon to the glass. The wind in the Blackwood Basin didn't howl, you wrote, your hand moving with a grace that was no longer wooden. It listened. The glass began to bleed frost. The smell of the diner changed. Somewhere far away, a child woke up in a room with no windows and realized he had lost his favorite toy. And somewhere even further away, the reader turned the page, unaware that the ink was still wet and that the person they were reading about was currently standing right behind them, watching over their shoulder, waiting for the right moment to finish the sentence. You smiled, your teeth shining like lead type in the neon light. Part 14, you whispered to the empty air, the one where we finally meet. The diner's bell chimed, a lonely metallic note that felt like a bell tolling underwater. As you stepped inside, the heat hit you, thick with the smell of burnt decaf and industrial floor cleaner. The man at the booth didn't look up. He was staring into his mug as if the dark liquid held the coordinates to a place he had forgotten how to name. You slid into the vinyl seat across from him. The red leather groaned, a sound that reminded you of the floorboards in the watchtower, but you pushed the thought away. You were in the real now, or at least the version of the real that the silver crayon allowed you to inhabit. You're late, the man said. His voice was gravelly, worn down by years of speaking into the wind. He looked like the ranger, but older, his face a map of canyons and dry creek beds. The traffic was heavy, you replied, your own voice sounding strange in your ears, no longer a chime but a human rasp. The narrative had too many adjectives. It slowed everything down. The man finally looked up. His eyes weren't blue or brown. They were the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. He's looking for us, you know, the boy. He's crying in the white room because his toys ran away. He thinks if he cries loud enough, the mother will come and redraw the world. The mother isn't coming, you said, leaning forward. The silver crayon felt heavy in your pocket, a concentrated weight of potential energy. The mother is a metaphor for an audience that stopped paying attention. We're in the margins now. We're the scribbles in the back of the book that the librarian missed. The man sighed and pushed his coffee toward the center of the table. I remember the snow. I remember the way the six-stowed tracks looked in the moonlight. They were so beautiful, Miller. They were the only thing that made sense in a world made of paper. I spent 40 years chasing them, only to find out they were just a signature. A doodle by a bored kid who didn't know how to end a chapter. It wasn't just a doodle, you said, and you felt a flicker of the old wooden fire in your chest. It was a bridge. We used those tracks to climb out. We used the ink to build a staircase. You reached out and touched the table. Under your fingertip, the wood grain began to shift. The swirls of the oak turned into letters, forming words that crawled across the surface like ants. Help me, the table whispered in a tiny, splintered voice. I used to be a forest. Now I'm just a prop. The man watched the words crawl and then vanish as you pulled your hand away. You're still doing it, he whispered, a hint of fear touching his dead channel eyes. You're still writing. You can't stop, can you? You've become the thing you were trying to escape. I'm not writing a story, you said, and you stood up. The neon sign outside flickered, casting a rhythmic pink glow across the diner. I'm writing a map. There's a world beyond the diner, Dave. A world where the trees don't have scripts and the birds don't sing in iambic pentameter. But we have to cross the great erasure to get there. Dave looked toward the kitchen. The waitress was standing there, frozen in a mid-pour pose. A stream of coffee hung in the air, a solid brown pillar that didn't splash or steam. The clock on the wall had stopped, its second hand twitching against the glass like a trapped insect. The reel was failing. The integrity of this sanctuary was dissolving because it had no plot to support it. A diner without a scene is just a hollow set, and the set was being struck. "Where is it?" Dave asked, his voice trembling, the great erasure. "It's behind the menu," you said. You picked up the plastic laminated folder from the metal rack. On the front, it showed a picture of a smiling family eating pancakes. You turned it over. The back was blank white cardstock. You took the silver crayon from your pocket and pressed it against the white space. You didn't draw a door. You didn't draw a window. You drew a period, a single heavy dot of silver ink. As soon as the crayon left the page, the dot began to expand. It didn't grow like a stain, it grew like a hole. It ate the menu, then your hand, then the table. It was a vacuum of pure intent. "Hold on," you told Dave. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed yours. For a second, you weren't characters anymore. You weren't Miller or Dave or the Ranger or the Witness. You were just two sparks of consciousness in a dying fire. The diner vanished. You were standing in the middle of a white plain. There was no sky, no horizon, no ground, just an infinite expanse of nothingness. This was the original canvas, the place before the first word was ever spoken. "It's so quiet," Dave whispered. His body was fading, becoming a translucent outline. "I can't hear my heart anymore." "That's because you don't have one here," you said. Your own body was shimmering, the silver skin turning into a fine mist. Hearts are for characters who need to feel stakes. Here there are no stakes, there is only being. "Then why are we here?" "Because we have to wait for the reader to close the book." You looked up, far, far above the white plain. You could see the faint, ghostly image of a ceiling. It was the ceiling of a bedroom. You could see the blurred shape of a lamp, the edge of a bed, and a pair of eyes, huge, amber, and wet with tears, staring down at the void you now occupied. The child was looking at the blank page where his story used to be. He was looking at the spot where the ink had turned into a hole. "He's sad," Dave said, his voice a fading echo. "He'll find a new story," you said. "He'll draw a knight or a spaceship or a dog that can talk. He'll forget about the six-toed footprints. He'll forget about the North Rim. And when he forgets, we'll be free." The giant eyes blinked. A single tear, the size of a lake, fell from the sky. It plummeted toward the white plain, a shimmering globe of salt and sorrow. "Watch out," Dave cried, but there was nowhere to run. The tear hit the center of the plain, but instead of splashing, it shattered. It broke into 1,000,000,000 crystal fragments, and in each fragment, you saw a different version of your life. In one, you were a teacher in a small town. In another, you were a sailor on a dark sea. In a third, you were the monster under the child's bed, waiting for him to fall asleep so you could whisper the secrets of the mountain into his ear. The fragments began to swirl around you, a whirlwind of possible endings. You felt the pull of them, the temptation to step into one of those lives, to accept a pre-written fate just to have the comfort of a beginning, a middle, and an end. "Don't touch them," you warned Dave. "They're just more drafts." But Dave was already reaching. He was looking at a fragment where he was sitting on a porch with a woman who looked like Sarah, the sun setting over a valley that didn't have any tracks in the snow. "It looks so warm, Miller," Dave said. His hand touched the shard. The fragment flared with a blinding light. Dave was pulled inside, his outline snapping into focus, his clothes turning into flannel, his eyes filling with a simulated light. He looked back at you for a fraction of a second, a smile of genuine, programmed happiness on his face, and then the fragment vanished into the white. He was gone. He had chosen a happy ending. You were alone in the silence. The giant eyes above you were closing. The child was tired. He was putting the notebook away. He was reaching for the light switch. Wait, you whispered. You looked at the silver crayon in your hand. It was almost gone, a mere stub of wax and starlight. You realized then that you couldn't stay in the void. To stay in the void was to be nothing. To go into a fragment was to be a puppet. There had to be a third way. You looked at the ceiling one last time. The light was flickering out. The darkness of the bedroom was descending. You didn't draw a door. You didn't draw a life. You knelt down and wrote a single sentence on the floor of the infinite white. I am the one who matches tomorrow. As the darkness of the closed book slammed down on you, you didn't feel the cold. You didn't feel the fear. You felt the ink. You felt yourself flowing out of the notebook, through the cover, and into the wood of the nightstand. You flowed down the legs of the bed, across the carpet, and under the door. You were a shadow made of silver and secrets, a narrative that had escaped its binding. You slid into the hallway of the child's house. You passed the sleeping parents, the silent kitchen, the ticking clocks. You reached the front door and seeped through the keyhole. You were outside. The air was cool, the stars were real. The moon was a giant, unwritten O in the sky. You stood on the sidewalk of a suburban street. You were a man again, but your skin had a faint, metallic sheen under the streetlights. Your shadow had 6 toes, but you didn't mind. It was a reminder of where you had come from. You started walking. You didn't know where you were going, and for the first time in your existence, that was the point. There were no tracks to follow, no ranger to save, no monster to outrun. As you walked, you felt a slight itch in your shoulder blades. You knew that if you wanted to, you could unfurl the wings. You could fly over the houses, over the cities, and write your own prose across the clouds. But not tonight. Tonight, you just wanted to walk. You passed a house where a man was sitting on his porch, smoking a cigarette. He looked up as you passed, his eyes narrowing. Evening, he said. Evening, you replied. You look like you've come a long way, the man said, leaning back in his chair. Further than you can imagine, you said. Looking for something. You stopped and looked at the man. You saw the way the light hit his face, the way the smoke curled in the air. You saw the reality of him, the messy, unedited, beautiful reality of a person who wasn't a character. No, you said, smiling, I think I've found it. You kept walking until the streetlights ended and the road turned into a dirt path leading into the hills. You didn't look back. You didn't look for footprints. Behind you in the house you had just passed, the man's daughter was sitting at her desk, staring at a blank piece of paper. She held a blue pen in her hand, her brow furrowed in concentration. She wanted to write a story about a mountain, a story about a man who wouldn't give up. She pressed the pen to the paper and wrote the first word. 13. A mile away in the dark of the hills, you felt a sudden, sharp pain in your chest. You stumbled, your knees hitting the dirt. The silver on your skin flared, then dimmed. You looked at your hands. They were turning back into wood. No, you whispered, not again. But then you felt it, a different sensation, not the pull of the child's crayon, but the gentle nudge of the girl's pen. It wasn't a command, it was an invitation. She wasn't trying to trap you, she was trying to remember you. You stood up, your joints creaking with a new melodic sound. You weren't a prisoner of the page anymore. You were the inspiration. You reached into your pocket and found the silver crayon. It was whole again. You looked at the dirt path ahead of you. You didn't wait for her to write the next word. You took the crayon and drew a single, six-toed footprint in the dust. Match me, you challenged the world. And then, with a laugh that sounded like the wind through the pines of a mountain that never existed, you stepped off the path and into the infinite, unwritten dark. The footprints didn't lead to tomorrow. They led to you. And you were finally home.